You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
EFNL Premier Division looks set for a grandstand finish as it enters its final month, with final spots and the double chance still up for grabs. And what a clash we have today, set down for decision here at Cheong Park this afternoon. It's the quintessential 8-point game between South Croydon and Vermont, where a win here puts either side one step closer to securing that coveted finals position. Welcome to EFNL Game Day. My name is Wayne Brasher, hosting pre-match this afternoon, where we'll cast an eye on all the action in the other divisions of the EFNL. Our featured guests are the respective coaches of South Croydon, Brendan Allen, and Vermont's Adam Parker, to join us. And our resident clairvoyant, the Oracle, will divulge his pearls of wisdoms with his selections for all games this afternoon. But first, it's time to welcome the panel, and it's a good afternoon. On my left to the media manager, Ryan Long. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Good afternoon, Brash. Thank you for introducing me, and can't wait to get stuck into this game. It's a massive Premier Division clash. As you said, it's a lot on the line in terms of finals. The winner today will go a long way in cementing their spot in the top 5. So all to play for, and that's exactly where you want to be on a Saturday afternoon.
Also joining me on pre-match as well, it's a very warm welcome to you again, Brett Beston. Brett, an interesting game and an interesting month now set down for decision in Premier Division.
Yeah, absolutely, Brash. We're down to the pointy end of the season. It's a particularly significant game for Vermont, because if they happen to lose today, and Blackburn get up over Roval, then suddenly Vermont are outside of the 5. But there's still time to go, obviously, so it's not going to obviously be decided today. But yeah, it's getting down to the pointy end. It's the time of the season that we really love.
I think the interesting part about what's happened in the last week or so in Premier Division, with that loss last week to that Roval had against South Croydon, it automatically, once again, opens up some mental issues for some sides against each other, would you think?
Yeah, probably. Sorry, Ron, you go.
No, you're certainly right. And obviously, Roval probably had the wood over South Croydon in the recent times. So, a big win for them, because if they had lost that, they would have come in today really having to... It would have been basically an elimination final. So, that's a very important 4 points for the Dogs.
Well, our first feature guest has joined us this afternoon, and it's Vermont's coach, Adam Parker. Good afternoon, Adam.
Gentlemen, how are we?
Adam, it's the quintessential 8-point game this afternoon between South Croydon and Vermont. Last time you met, it was a very dour struggle where Vermont got over the line by 13 points. I'm expecting that sort of game again this afternoon.
Oh, I think a lot has changed since then, to be honest. Personnel for both sides.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the closest season it's been since, probably a lot of us have seen. So it's it is an 8-pointer because we're realistically both clubs are fighting for the same spot come the end of the season. So I have no doubt it'll be a good contest. What the game looks like is pretty unpredictable, but they've got some good players who didn't play in that first time who are playing today, so hopefully our boys are up for the challenge.
Adam, you seem to have had a little bit of a purple patch in recent weeks, which is good for you. You got up last week over Donny East, so do you feel like the sides, because we're just talking about it off air, we're getting down to the real pointy end of the season, do you feel like the side's just peaking nicely at the right time?
Oh, I don't think we're peaking, to be honest. I think... last week was challenging because a lot of things went on at the club, a celebration of a past player's life, and that was pretty hard on our playing group and the further community. So I think we're flat, to be honest, in the first half last week, and the boys really responded. I think that's been the best part of our side's development, is we've been able to respond during games and during quarters and when we're challenged. So we weren't able to do that at times last year, even though we're going all right. So
probably not one of the great days weather-wise either.
No, it was wet. And historically, we've played well in the wet, so that's not a challenge for us. But I don't think we're peaking. Reverting back to your question, I think we're going okay. We've got a lot of improvement to have, and hopefully... we improve again today because we need to, because, South Croydon are flying. So both sides are going pretty well from a win-loss record recently. So, but hopefully we peak at the right time this year. So we'll see what unfolds today.
Sorry, Brash. How much do you build up a game like this? Because although, it's 1 week at a time, it's, a lot more on the line because you're playing the side that potentially could pinch a spot over you in the top 5 with it, as you said, being so even. So, how much has it been built up during the week of this has to be a must-win game?
Oh, a lot. We think it's season-defining, to be honest. when you look at the ladder and the positions that, Blackburn, us, South Croydon are in, the reality is two of those sides get in and one doesn't. So, the winner today probably gets in, and the loser has, a challenging 3 weeks ahead. So we've built it up. We want to play well because you want to play well against the best sides, and they beat Roval last week, who we think are going to be there at pointy end. So they're going well. So we've built it up. We want to bring heat. We want to bring pressure. We want to bring our contest game, and if we do that, we think we can play it in our front half and go okay. But if we don't, then it's going to be a challenging day.
Adam, obviously there's much been made of the performances of Nielsen and Rossiter throughout the season. I know they only had 8 possessions between them last week, but obviously I have noticed in some of the tapes that there's a lot of triple and double teaming on both of those players. Are they finding it hard to cope with the tag a little bit?
Yeah, it's quite astute actually, Brass. I don't think we're getting maximum value when you talk about we're peaking, we're not, because those guys are really good players and we're not giving them a chance to play really well at times with the way we move the footy and the way we kick it to them, and sometimes we get it in a bit slow and there are multiple numbers competing against them. But the reality is those two are going really well because they compete when they're outnumbered and they rarely get outmarked. Both Jamo and Neil, so the way they fly for the footy, although they're different in the way they do it, they're really strong in the air, which gives our little guys a chance at ground level. So, but ideally we get them one-on-one and we give them a chance to actually hit the scoreboard a bit more.
The other thing that I've been impressed with Vermont since the Roval game, and obviously there was some lessons that had to be learnt from that game, but one of the things that I've liked about Vermont is the ability to be, when you are challenged, that you've had the ability to run the game out, which at this time of the year really does start coming to the fore.
Yeah, our pre-season was good, and we always talk about having a good pre-season, and Yanni, who does our strength and conditioning space and he's our physio, he put a mountain of work into the guys who did the majority of pre-season, so that helps. We got a few injuries in our first few rounds when we were poor in the later half, and your rotations are down, and that doesn't help. But we've been pretty good. Like, we go unchanged today from last week, so that means that injuries from last week weren't an issue. So that helps us run out games. But I think it's less about the fitness and more about the adjustments that our players have been able to make during games, and our group's great. They take on board whatever adjustment it is, and whether that's sacrificing their role or playing a slightly different way that maybe means they don't get as many numbers as they hope, but they play for their role for the side because we think it's betterment for the team. Yeah,
you talked before about you don't mind the wet weather and you play pretty well in the wet. Well, we've got probably one of the better days we've had in recent weeks. The ground actually looks, I haven't been out there, but it looks pretty firm, and it is going to be dry today. Who do you think that favours? Do you think it ideally favours you as well in the dry?
We don't want to be known as a wet weather side, so I don't know if it favours either. I think they like uncontested mark, which helps them, but they won in wet, so I don't think it really has a major bearing on the result today. I don't think if one side goes off losing, they're going to blame that it was a nice day. So I don't think it favours anyone. It probably favours the fact that it should be a better game of footy to watch, and maybe a bit more high scoring. But I think it's just dependent on how we execute the way we move the footy, and South Croydon probably saying the same thing, how they execute the way they move the footy and get reward going forward.
And obviously you talked about this week having no changes, which has been a blessing where you've probably had multiple changes each week. Looking at the players who aren't in the side at the moment today, how many of your best 22 do you think you might be able to get back ahead of finals if you are lucky enough to pinch a spot?
Well, we actually counted this morning. We've got 6 guys who have played senior footy this year who aren't playing today. Whether or not they're in our best 22 depends on form and all that sort of stuff. There's a couple who are obvious ones who come straight back in, like a captain Connor, he'll come back in, and a couple other guys who will come back in, like Noah Burke, who's played some pretty good footy this year. But realistically, it's about managing it at the moment, about having the most available, hopefully for round 18 when we've got East Ringwood, and then hopefully if we make finals. So. We'll have to manage it, but I don't know. It's ever evolving. Yeah. Like, this is the first week we've had an unchanged side for the whole year, and I reckon it's really rare that it happens. So
exactly.
To be able to forecast what your side looks like, I don't reckon anyone will be able to do that at the moment.
Adam, also too, getting your captain back before the end of the season, it's a great fill-up too, because Connor's an inspirational type player, and he's an important cog out of that back line with the run and the way that he kicks the ball to position. So he's going to be a really welcome addition back into the side. as the weeks go by, especially with finals around the corner.
Yeah, 100%. He's our 23rd player. He's our runner. He's been our runner for a few weeks now with his injury. So he adds value leadership-wise because we're a pretty young side still. And I know, speaking to the likes of Josh Davies and Henry Smith when he was in the side before his injury, these are under-19 kids who have played majority of the seniors this year, and they say how valuable he is out there to help them. So he's our 23rd man. He'll run around in the pink today and hopefully help them out as well.
Adam, and finally, before we let you go, it would be remiss of me if I didn't talk about the passing of Luke Johnson, a fantastic club person and premiership player at Vermont. I've known the family for many years, Craig, Donna and Nick. But it was a fantastic turn up and support by the club during the week at the wake. And you're right. The players, it does have a little bit of a mental edge on your playing list, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. His situation's very difficult, right? It was one of those things that everyone knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So it was more of a celebration of his life, and that's how the family wanted it, and that's how we wanted to respect them by doing that.
Yeah.
But he gave so much back when he didn't need to, and I know Bronya have spoken about that. I know Richmond have spoken about that.
Yeah.
The way he spoke to our group throughout the year, we were lucky enough to get him in on a Thursday night before training, and he had guys who hadn't met him crying in the room.
Yeah.
We still talk about it now, and it's still pretty raw. But we know that Luke would have wanted any club that he was involved in to go out there and play good footy. So we try and keep that message. And reality is we put things into perspective pretty quickly that it's just a game of footy as well. If it doesn't go well, then there's a bigger picture about, giving back to life and not worrying about the little things too much.
Well, Adam, thanks very much for giving up your time. And, like I said, it's the last month of football, and there's still a lot of football, and there's still actually a double chance up for grabs, as the last 2 or 3 weeks take shape. But good luck to Vermont today, and hopefully you can walk away with the 4 points.
Beautiful. No worries. Good luck for the call. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Adam.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Vermont coach Adam Parker talking about everything that's going to happen at Vermont hopefully happen for Vermont this afternoon, gentlemen. And sometimes, when you, I know football is a game, right? But you can't help but be moved by a former player who's, like I said, and I've known Luke for such a long time, and he fought to the very last breadth. And look, if the Vermont players can take some inspiration out of that about the keep fighting, I reckon it'll set them in good stead. I mean, Brett, your question about which side is it going to suit this afternoon? I think he was sort of a little non-committal there.
He was. He sat on the fence, and he started off by telling us that they weren't a great wet weather side. Did he say good or bad wet weather side? No, okay in the wet, and then he sort of deferred the question about the dry. But because every side prefers, obviously you probably like a dry day, but some sides like a scrap in the wet as well. So
I think it's one of those games that it probably favours both to an extent. I don't think it probably has leans one way more than the other. I think both sides are going to enjoy playing out here with no rain. There was a bit of rain forecasted for the late afternoon, but I think that might have been the actually evening, so after the game. So we should get 4 quarters of dry footy. And we talked off air. I really think with both sides in some, particularly South Croydon, in some really good form. Vermont got them earlier in the season. I can't see this game being a blowout either way.
No.
I can see one side going and winning by this 3 to 4 goal margin, but I just don't think there'll be much in it between the two clubs. They're quite even across the park.
And really, I think the turning point for South Croydon was that giant killing win over East Ringwood at that game, the Twilight game
fixture,
where they stitched them up by 56 points. Since then, South Croydon, you could honestly turn around and say that they've probably been the form competition in that last 5 or 6 week bracket, and they come into this game full of confidence, and are thinking that they're an undeniable chance of taking the 4 points this afternoon, Ryan.
Well, it's 6 wins out of 7 of your last 7 games, which is quite impressive, and not just those wins are including, as you said, East Ringwood, Roval again. They're playing some really good football. Their one loss came to Blackburn, which would have been disappointing out here at Cheong. So they're coming into this game in terrific form, and not just if they do make the finals, they're not just making up the numbers. And I think that'll be the exciting thing for South Croydon, is that they'll rate themselves, particularly if they have to go through the last month of beating Vermont, potentially beating Baldwin to make it, you're going in with arguably one of the best form lines into a final series.
Exactly. Well, they've already split 1-1 with Blackburn, so we know that on any given day that either one of those two sides could beat them. If they split next Saturday against Baldwin to go 1-1, they will go into this final series, like you said, Ryan, with real confidence, knowing that, and also if they beat Vermont today, it's always good to have the knowledge that you can at least beat a fellow Final 5 aspirant when it comes to a finals match. And I think that's why, and this why, it's almost like moving weekend with the amount of games, top games that we've got set down for decision this afternoon. So I think, and the fact is, and now that, and also there's some mental barriers between some sides. South Croydon seem to have it over Roval. Roval have got it over Vermont. East Ringwood seem to have it over Baldwin. Yeah. So there's neither of these 5 sides, right, that make the finals are really going to have any psychological advantage over each other, because they're just going to have to turn up on the day and play the game. Exactly.
I think there'll be both sides will have a quiet eye on that Blackburn game, because that's really pivotal. So. Pivotal, that's a good word. Pivotal.
Okay. And
I was just going to say really quickly, so whichever side loses today, they really need Blackburn.
They feel the pressure, don't they?
Yeah,
They'll be barracking for Roval.
Yeah. And with that being said, let's start our preview in Premier Division, and we will start with that game, Roval versus Blackburn. Blackburn's Roval's form in recent times since they beat Vermont by 60 points has been a little indifferent.
They have. They've dropped off, haven't they?
And I don't know why that's been. Blackburn, on the other hand, right, have done everything that they possibly can do. You know, they got a great percentage build against Norwood 2 weeks ago. They're coming off, obviously, the bye. Roval will probably be... what Roval have got to do this afternoon, Ryan, is they've got to keep their eye on the prize, because probably if they had a won last week, that double chance looked like it was theirs for keeping. But now they'd lost, it's opened the door again for third, fourth and fifth to steal it.
Yeah, that's right. And we talked a lot about what it meant for South Croydon and their chances. But for Roval, one, it cost them a top spot. They can't finish on top now. East Ringwood are not going to lose enough games for the Hawks to overtake them. But secondly, as you said, their spot in the top 3 is still up for grabs. And with a red-hot Blackburn side who has to win this afternoon, if they get the job done, suddenly Roval's spot in the top 3 is in danger. And we always talk, Brett, about how important it is to finish with the double chance, particularly in a top 5 scenario, to have a real shot at the flag. And I still think, without a doubt, if at their best, they are the best side in this division.
Roval, you're talking about?
For me, I think Roval are. But if they drop another game, suddenly you start to question where they might finish, and ultimately their chances of going and doing the double of back-to-back
it's huge.
flags.
I mean, the difference between having to play sudden death through the finals and getting that second bite at the cherry is absolutely massive. So they'll definitely want to finish. Interesting game today too. I mean, Baldwin you'd think will probably get up over Doncaster East. So that's going to, so Roval just have to win today. It's non-negotiable.
Is that Brett, do you reckon that could be a banana slip game for Baldwin?
Look, Donny used to have a funny side, aren't they? They've had some bad results, but if they get it right on their day, they could be a bit of a danger. And of course, it's at home as well against the Baldwin side that aren't playing as well as they.
One win out of their last 4.
Yeah, the last month has been a bit ordinary. So it could be.
Yeah, well, you know, and Ryan, you've said you've said basically over the last couple of weeks that Doncaster East can shape the finals but can't play. Yep. This is another game that I think for the progression of the football club, they really would like to take a big scalp before the end of the season, because they've got to have something
to going
into next year. They're at home. Can they get the job done?
I don't think they will today. I think Baldwin, there's just too much on the line. But I think they're a big chance. And the thing with Doncaster East's final 4 games, very interestingly enough, they played 4 of the top 5. So it's a hard run home, obviously, but they're 4 games that they can impact the final series and who finishes, particularly when they finish off against Bayswater and South Croydon, who are both just going to need to win. So every opponent they have are playing for a spot in the 5 and potentially a spot for a double chance or a top spot. So every game is so important for their opposition. They can spoil the party in multiple times of these games. I really do think they're a big chance. I just lean towards Bourne because they've got to find some form, and their win last week, you don't take much from it because those games against Norwood and Berwick, unfortunately, aren't a good read on where a side is at. So it was good that they got the win, but now they've got to do it against a stronger opposition in the Lions, away from home, and just build some form because they'll finish with the double chance for sure, I would imagine. But you wouldn't back them in a first final at the moment on their last month of form.
I think every side, it's a long season, and you can't expect a side to just be good all the way the way. So at some stage in the year, you're going to have that drop-off, and I think Baldwin have probably had it in the last month. They've just, because they look pretty much unbeatable. What did they win their first 7,
First
I think?
10.
10.
Yeah.
And then they've had the losses. But I think they'll probably, and with the improvement in the weather as well, they'll get back on track, and I think they'll finish really strongly, and I think they'll get it today.
Yeah, so we're in agreement that Baldwin get the job done maybe by 3-4 goals?
Yeah.
What about a tip for Roval and Blackburn? This could be a very interesting game down at Seabeck. Does Roval going to have to play at their very best to get the 4 points? They don't want to drop another game.
Answorth back in the side for Blackburn. Cotter comes back in. So they do look at probably their strongest side for the season, potentially. I never tip against the Hawks. I'll tip Roval.
Yeah, I got Roval winning by about 14 points.
Yep. Yeah, I think Roval have got. They have been a bit, haven't been so good in the last few weeks, but I think they'll get it done today. It's a must-win game, and I think they'll get it done.
And East Ringwood travel down to Edward and Flack for the twilight fixture against Berwick. East Ringwood are doing everything right.
Yeah.
Berwick, they're still competitive for lots of the game, but unfortunately, they just aren't able to put enough 4 quarters together to win the contest. So I'm thinking that Berwick's going to win this game. Not Berwick.
I was going to say it's a huge call.
East Ringwood will win this game.
Absolutely, Brian.
Well, the coach of the South Croydon Football Club, Brendan Allen, has kindly joined us here on EFNL Game Day. Good afternoon, Brendan.
How you going, gents?
Very good.
Brendan, we were just saying before that we feel that the club's turnaround really started from that big win against East Ringwood, and from that moment forward, your guys just are on that trajectory which keeps rising and rising.
I think that was the turning point where it sort of clicked for us. I think could even nearly go back to the first time we played Roval. We saw glimpses of the way we wanted to play footy. It's like, as I've said it before, it's new coach, new system. Takes a bit of time. But yeah, it was sort of starting to get a bit of momentum, but it's so close at the moment. You just can't be that 2-3% off it. So.
The interesting thing about South Croydon and Vermont contests in the last 2 seasons is there really hasn't been that much between the two sides. In victories, it's always been around that 3 or 4 goal mark. It just seems like that both the sides seem to match up very well against each other. And once again this afternoon, you're going to probably expecting a very close contest.
Oh, correct. Yeah, I can only speak for this year because it's my first year. But the first time we played it, it's a really contested brand of footy that both teams play. And I mean, for the most part, we were sort of off a little bit last time. Just weren't quite very disjointed. But that was Vermont shutting us down, and they did a very good job of it until the last quarter. And then we sort of started to get our ball movement going. I think we got within 4 or 7 points in the end, somewhere there. But no, they're a good team. Like, obviously, you don't make a grand final 12 months prior if you're not up to it. So, and I mean, Lockie Johns is just one out of the boxes. He's a bit like Dano King, to be honest. Yep. They're one in generation type players.
The ageless one.
Well, speaking about Dano King, still in terrific form at his age. He's passed the 300 mark last season. And how impressive have you been coming to the club this year and watching the way he goes about it?
Oh, he's one of the hardest trainers, one of the hardest workers at the footy club, and he's the heart and soul of the place. And for his frame and his size, the way he throws himself around every week to play 200 games, let alone 320 or whatever it is now. It's such a remarkable effort. We're talking about it before the game. He's a bit like Kevin Bartlett and Craig Bradley. That sort of frame seems to be able to do that long stint. And we reckon he's got tiger blood or something in him as well. He doesn't get injured. So
Well, that's what you want. You don't want players getting injured.
No, correct.
You're well served in the tall department too. James Wilson's been in pretty good nick, and of course he can find the big sticks. And talking of guys that have been around forever, Big Maxi King, I've always been a big fan of him. He's a great player, isn't he?
He's a great bloke, and it's his 100th game today, actually. So it's taken him. His 2017 was his first year here, so it's taken him a fair while. Like obviously a bit of COVID in there, but
flagged that year too.
What's that, sorry?
I said flagged that year too in 2017.
Yeah, he missed out. He was.
Yes, he did too. He was a late out.
Yeah.
He was too. Yes,
he had bad gastro the morning of and did the right thing and pulled out. So, great servant of the footy club. And yeah, the close-knit group of guys that are here, they all play for each other, and it's great.
Absolutely, and 6 wins out of the last 7 games in terrific form, and probably we've noticed as well you've always had a couple of players, your key players out of the side as well, so that must be really impressive that you've been able to pull up, certainly their depth has improved this year from the club, and it does help out when you obviously have players out of the side as well.
Oh, correct. If you haven't got the depth, I mean, everyone's going to get injuries at some point, so you've got to have the players to be able to replace or even come in and play a role. Like our Dev might be getting done by 6 goals at the moment, but this time last year would have been 10, 15 goals. So everything's improving here. We're lucky with injuries. We've sort of got 3 or 4 that could come back in, but I mean, Vermont would be the same.
Yep.
So it's just that time of year. But yeah, you've got to have that depth, and you've got to have guys that know what they're doing when they come up, and it's the old one soldier down, next one up.
One player that's really impressed last week was James Hassan, and probably had his best game for the club. Come across from Whitehorse. How have you seen his development across the season at Premier Division level?
Yeah, he's gone from strength to strength. Obviously, he was Park Orchards, I think, originally, and then went to Whitehorse. Team of the year, I think he was.
Yeah, I think he
Whitehorse.
was,
Yeah, so obviously he was the big fish in a small pond there. He's come up and he's had to work hard, and that's exactly what he's done, and he's reaping the rewards on the back of it. His best mates are Matty George, so Matty George has been outstanding as well. So, look, as I said, the guys have sort of got what I want them to do now, and a lot of it's just rolling his sleeves up and hard work.
Absolutely, and it's been a while since we've seen the side play, obviously back in round 3 on Anzac Day, and your first season with the club, and it seems like you're enjoying yourself. We always look at the socials, and between you and Simon with the women's, your post-game reviews have always been good. How's the culture down at the club, and are you enjoying your time out here at South Croydon?
Yeah, we've started a bit of a war there, haven't I? So, but no, we have a bit of fun with that. It's like it was designed to be easy instead of doing a match report, 30-second type thing. And I think the last one I did took me 3.5 hours, I think, to edit and go through. So we've created a bit of a monster, but it's good fun. Like 2 hours on a game day where you get tackled, beaten, and footy can be hard sometimes.
Yep.
You want to make it fun.
I'm surprised we didn't see you doing the jiggity jig down with Simon down in the Cheong Park shopping centre there, mate.
I actually got it stuck for time on this week. Mine was ordinary this week, but no, I don't live too far away from Baldwin's Ground, Cherry Road, so mine was just literally a walk around with a dog and a bit of commentary. But I'll have to pull the socks up this week, hopefully.
Before we let you go, Brendan, you've coached at this level now for such a long time. What's this? Compare this season to, say, the last 2 seasons in this grade. Has the intensity gone up a little bit more?
I think the pressure around the footy has 100%. Yeah. So I saw some stuff in the week during the week that the level has dropped. I don't think the level's dropped. I think it's more the contest has gotten fiercer, and it's players aren't getting out. They haven't got as much time. Like the EFNL is like no other competition in Metro Melbourne or even in the state, to be honest. You're playing on small grounds most weeks with AFL players, and it's so quick and so contested. Like, we've got guys that have come back. And I remember when I was coaching at Blackburn, Nick Gray struggled for the first 6 games. He just couldn't get used to the pace and the lack of time, and it takes a little bit of time to do so. And yeah, as I said, I don't think it's dropped at all. I think it's just more in and around the contest is really fired up, and there's a lot of, as I said, having such a close competition where the 6 teams could finish anywhere from 1st to 6th at the moment, I think that sort of shows how healthy it is, to be honest. Hence, too,
the reason why we're not really seeing a standout forward like kicking lots of goals, because there's just so much pressure on your key forwards now.
Oh, correct.
And I've noticed too that some sides and the coaching panels are putting a lot more work into the key forwards, knowing that sometimes we're going to have to double, triple team some of these forwards because they're worried about their influence.
I think it's also a bit of an AFL trend too. You see, like a lot of AFL clubs, they'll literally understand when the ball's coming in, where it's going, and then they'll just go 2, 3 will drop off, and then you're outnumbering the contest. But I mean, if you're letting blokes walk out of stoppage, they're going to hit targets. So it's more in and around that stoppage contest. A lot of teams are really well set up, and coaches do their homework these days. So you've got to be pretty crafty, and you've got to manipulate space, and you've got to be set up to get anything with clean ball going into our forward line these days. But it helps having 4 or 5 guys that can kick goals instead of just the one target, because you're not predictable then.
I suppose just really quickly to finish off, I know you spent some good years at Blackburn, but looking at the way the ladders at the moment, the loser of this game today, if Blackburn win, could push you out of the 5. So you'd sort of be hoping that Blackburn get rolled today, I imagine.
Still a bit torn with all that sort of stuff, but South Croydon person now through and through. So it, to be brutally honest, like if we get it done and Blackburn get it done, we could be finishing 3rd. So it's anyone's at the moment. So look, you can't worry about what other teams do. You just got to worry about us. But we've got a big battle here today. That, as I said, Vermont a quality team, and we've got to show up.
Well, Brendan, look, we've been actually looking forward to coming and covering this game because we know what's at stake for both sides this afternoon. South Croydon are really in red-hot form at the moment, and actually both sides have set it up very nicely for a great clash this afternoon. So good luck to South Croydon and yourself this afternoon, and hopefully by 4:45 tonight you might be sitting in the top 4.
Be very nice. But I think I said it during the week to the Leader newspaper that usually this time of year finals are set. This could go right up to round 18.
I think it will.
So we'll just try and keep winning. So.
Well, Brendan, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon, and good luck.
No worries, guys. Have a great call.
There you have it.
Thanks, Brendan.
There you have it, the South Croydon coach, Brendan Allen, letting us know on his side's thoughts on how they're going to perform this afternoon. And yes, Ryan, when we were discussing this game a couple of weeks ago about what the repercussions was going to be, we could not really not come and do this game, could we?
No, we had to be here. And Rash, I don't know if you've been reading, but I do my run home article each week.
Yes,
and
I have been.
The 2 weeks ago, I had a different top 5. I had South Croydon 6.
Yep.
A week after, with all those results that happened, now I have South Croydon 4th. I'm assuming after today's game that will change again, and that's the way the season's going to probably end, Brett. With
actually, I keep meaning to say, very good job by you. That's a very good piece of reading that.
Yeah, well, it's just like the hypothetical scenarios.
I always like dealing in hypotheticals because that's what keeps
it's exciting,
and that's what gives us the talking points. Quickly, we're going to go to a break, but the Oracle selections for Premier Division have Doncaster East 74, Baldwin 79, Noel Park 60, Norwood 38, Roval 66, Blackburn 94. South Croydon and Vermont will leave that one for the moment, but Berwick 38 and East Ringwood 86. So I think the winners look pretty set from the way the Oracle has predicted this afternoon. But we're going to go to our first break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we come back, we're going to start once again dissecting the rest of the divisions in the EFNL this afternoon. So keep your dial on 98.1. This is EFNL Game Day.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EFNL Game Day coming to you from Cheong Park this afternoon. It's the big Premier Division clash between South Croydon and Vermont, and the ground conditions in very good nick. Hardly any rain around, and it looks like we're going to have a big contest here, uninterrupted this afternoon. Gentlemen, we've spoken to the coaches and we've gone through First Division. Let's start going through some of the other divisions. Let's start in Division 1, Ryan. Yep. And the first game up for discussion I've got is Bayswater at home to South Belgrave. And from the way I've looked at Bayswater, I reckon they look like they're not going to win another game this year.
No, I think you're spot on. With a tough run home, and they just seem to be running out of legs at this stage of the season. And it's unfortunate for them because at times this year, and it's only been at times, they've never been able to probably string together 2 or 3 good weeks in a row. Yep. They've looked okay, and they've looked like they can compete with the top sides. They beat Mitcham earlier in the season, but if you look at their second half season results, it's hard to be. You've got to be disappointed with the.
Well, they kicked 2 goals for last week.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So it's quite disappointing for them, and they've got to.
They're playing Park Orchard,
and either way, whether it's Park Orchard, South Belgrave, you just can't see them really getting close to either of those two sides who are just streets above them at the moment.
What do you reckon about Park Orchards, Brett? How have you seen their form?
I like them. Yeah, I'm really hot on Park Orchards. I love that team. They've got some great players, and they're flying at the moment. So I think, they're a big chance for the flag. I think we can pretty much call, maybe I'm going a bit early, but I reckon Park Orchards, Mitcham and the Granny. I just don't. I can't see it not being those two sides.
I think you might be right on the money there. I think the one thing that sets Park Orchards aside from maybe some of the other sides in this division is the fact that it's they don't have apart from Michael Prosenak, the rest of the team is very well drilled, and they do a job. So.
And they're young.
And they're hard.
And they're quick. They've always had a young, quick side. So that's been the sort of the feature of their success, I think, over the last few years.
I reckon I want to have 12 or 14 consistent players going into a final series where you're not relying on a key forward, rather than base your game based on a key forward and probably another a running forward in the finals, because that's where you get found out, because you've got to have multiple goal kickers going into finals. that's when your midfield and your on-ballers really start coming to the fore. If they can start hitting the scoreboard, that takes the pressure off the...
I think they always have, though. Like, even going back a few years when they won that flag in 2017, even that year, like, they still had... There was plenty of guys right across the board. They got, a few multiple goal kickers every week. They didn't rely on just one player.
That's right.
Let's talk Doncaster make the trek down to Home Park this afternoon to take on Beaconsfield, and Beaconsfield suffered a heartbreaking 1-point loss last week against Mooroolbark, and I think that it seems like to me, Ryan, that Beaconsfield always seem to be a work in progress. They constantly may have to make changes week in, week out, and you and I have actually spoken about this. And I know Mick Fogarty wouldn't say it publicly, but I reckon he'd be feeling a little frustrated at times that he just cannot put a consistent side on the park week in, week out. And I think that's part of the reason why Beaconsfield's form keeps fluctuating.
Well, I think if everyone's available, if you take out the VFL, everyone's available. They're probably a top 3 side at the moment. I think at their best, they're a really strong side, and we saw that on the weekend against Park Orchards. Couldn't get the job done, but they would have been pretty impressed with the way they went about it. But unfortunately for them, they're probably going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to finish 4th or 5th and go through an elimination final and put together 4 good weeks in a row. I believe, and I'm not great with the qualifications and who will play and who doesn't, but having a quick look and a chat with a couple of people, looks like they might get a fair chunk of their VFL listed players qualifying for the final series, which is a big tick for them.
Well, they're going to need them.
They will, and particularly, I mean, the thing is that they're probably playing Montrose in the first week of the finals. They've beaten the D's twice this season. You throw in a couple of those players that didn't play the last time they played.
Yep.
They'd probably go into that final as favourites, and you compare that to last year where they were missing Jake Bowe, they were missing a couple other their key players. Ocker was done for the season. They were limping into a final series, which was never going to result well. This year, I think they're a little bit more well set up. But I think Jake Bowe actually comes back in the side this weekend. Yeah. So I like Beaky. I like what I'm seeing from them. I agree, and that is frustrating for them. But I think they might just be getting their best side a bit more consistently over the last couple of weeks.
What are your thoughts on Beaky, Brett?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I think the VFL thing obviously is quite significant. I mean, you put it down to, it's no different to any side having a few injuries. I mean, the VFL thing, they're just going to have to live with. But I think they're going all right. And I think I'd favour them to get in ahead of Montrose, to be honest.
Yeah, I think, look, like I said, that's the only thing that I find frustrating. I think we haven't seen the best of Ocker, and if he can, he's a
super player on his day.
That's right, and I reckon, and I'm thinking if he's fit, right, and he's had a couple of games under his belt, he could be that X factor that could carry Beaconsfield maybe past one final, maybe past two. Yeah. But I sort of feel like with them, if they win the majority of their games in regulation, I could see them at least winning one final, but I don't know whether they can win two.
Sorry, Brian. Don't underestimate the Mick Fogarty aspect as well, because Mick's been around. He's been there. He's done that, and having a coach like that going into a really important time of the season and playing finals, that just could give them a bit of an edge as well.
Is the pass mark one finals win?
Yes,
I agree.
Yep. I think they can win at least one final. Yep. And Doncaster, quickly on them. Look, they've had to come down. They've had to suck it up this year. They haven't had the season that they probably were hoping that they would have. They've had their moments throughout the season where they've won a few games and they've been close in quite a few other games. It's just about the club developing their younger players and moving forward again for next year. They've done what they've had to do. They've survived this year. But I think for the surety of the football club, they need to keep pushing. They need to go on that youth trajectory and try and get as much into the club, even players from other clubs that would be wanting to play senior football. Next game, Montrose are at home to Mooroolbark, and to me, this is the enigma game of Division 1 this weekend, because both these sides throughout the season have really shown Jekyll and Hyde traits. the way that they've fluctuated with their form, Ryan. Mirrabak especially, 1 week they'll kick 100 points and then the next week they'll kick 6.
Yeah, they've been disappointing at stages, very inconsistent. They've got a bit of work ahead of them this afternoon. They're out of the finals race, having a look at it. There's 2 games between them, percentage. So even if they do beat Montrose, which, it still is an 8-point game, they're still well behind. And that's probably going to be frustrating for the club, knowing that at their best, they proved it earlier in the season when they knocked off Montrose, but they just haven't shown that from a week-to-week basis. So for the Ds, I think they'll get across the line today. Too much on the line for them. If there is a double chance available, if Mitcham slips up in the last 2 games, Montrose might be able to pinch that spot, but
unlikely, I think.
Yeah, they're relying on other results.
Yeah. Montrose will have to have their best side playing like they were in round 1, round 2, round 3, right, to challenge to get that. To get that.
I'm not sold on Montrose. I just think they're too inconsistent. They'll be there in finals and they'll win today, but I just think that they'll probably, I don't think they.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think Montrose, they'll win by about 3 or 4 goals, but that'll be about it. I think Mitcham gets the job done at Quamby. It's going to be a difficult assignment. Quamby's a very hard ground to win at, but I think Mitcham are going well enough, and their side, they're starting to build nicely for a finals tilt. I expect them to win, and Wantirna South go up the mountain to South Belgrave this afternoon. I reckon whilst on paper South Belgrave don't look like they're going as well as what they were last year, I almost feel like they're a little bit of a sleeping giant.
They could unleash today, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon they're not far off. I mean, I looked at Tim Smith and, look, I think we set very high expectations about Tim Smith. If he's not kicking 5 or 6 goals, we're thinking, oh, well, gee, he's not having a good season. But Tim Smith does things, mercurial things that other players can't. And I reckon South Belgrave, they're not playing their best footy at the moment. Interestingly, the 2 Garners are out today.
Yeah.
But I just think that there's a little bit of a different mindset, and maybe they don't want to be, and maybe they're timing their run so that they're peaking around final series, because undeniably, if they bring their best to the table, they're a legitimate chance, especially against Park Orchards.
I think it's an interesting thought as well, because you look at last year and it's a very opposite way of going into a final series. Last year they were the benchmark, hadn't lost a game, and everyone was looking at South Belgrave. But now that the top 5 is so even, and they've slipped up a couple times against Montrose, twice against Park Orchards, they've had the wood over Mitcham, but those 2 sides, they've certainly had the better of South Belgrave this year, Brett. So it's a different look into a final series, and as Brash said, on paper, if they get their best side, up and about, and potentially maybe they're not getting out of first gear at the moment, I would not want to play South Belgrave in the first week of the finals.
Oh, absolutely not. And they certainly won't want to slip up, because they're sitting in 3rd place, but they just need to keep winning to get that double chance, and they'll get it done today, no question.
All right, the Oracle's got Bayswater 29, Park Orchards 54, Beaconsfield 56, Doncaster 44, Montrose 50, Mirrabak 35, North Ringwood 63, Mitcham 83, South Belgrave 71, Wantirna South 51.
Yeah, low scoring.
Yeah, I think it's probably based on the scores that the club last couple of weeks. Gentlemen, we'll quickly go through Division 4, because I think the results basically speak for themselves here. Croydon North taking on Kilsyth. Kilsyth, for mine, are the 4th best side in Division 4. They'll do enough to get over Croydon North Mlock, who'll provide some cheeky sort of resistance there for a little while. Churnside were very impressive last week against Whitehorse Pioneers, and I expect them to get the job done.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's almost 2 divisions in Division 4, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, the top 4 and the bottom 4. So.
And Whitehorse really disappointed me last week. I think Scoresby, for mine, I think they're close to the best side in this comp. They stitched up Kilsyth last week, and I'm expecting them to do the same job again on Whitehorse today.
I do too, and I know we've got to move on quickly from this, but just quickly, for the Pioneers, just got to find some form in the next 3 weeks. They're probably not going to finish the double chance, so they'll finish 3rd, but if they're ever going to win a flag this season, or if they're going to make a grand final, their performance against Churnside Park was just not up to standard to win a flag. So they're playing another benchmark side. These are the sides you want to play at this time of the year. You test yourself out against Scoresby, who do lose a few players. Just got to find some better form and just give them a bit more confidence going in towards this final series.
So, yeah, look, you're right. So I think Division 4 basically picks themselves.
Yep.
Believe it or not, the Oracle's got Croydon North and Kilsyth playing a draw at 33 points. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put my money on that.
He's lost at the Oracle, he really
He
has.
has. That's definitely, not even I could pick that. Nunawading 55, Churnside 68. I think the Oracle's been very generous there for Nunawading. But I think Scoresby 100, and that wouldn't be beyond the realms of the possibility because Scoresby are able to rack up 100 points now at will.
Yep.
Pioneers 72. I think the 72 flatters them a little bit. Let's move quickly on to Division 3. Coldstream with fourth position basically sewn up. They travel down to Fair Park this afternoon. Fair Park. They've been good in recent form. Coldstream have sort of been
I think
up and down.
I think they've got to be, if you look at one side that has to be pretty disappointed where they sit right now, it's Coldstream. They've been sitting in the top 3 all season. And I understand that the weather was probably a factor last weekend against a plucky Ferntree Gully side, but it doesn't matter. You lost 4 points against a side you probably should have beaten. It's going to cost them a top 3 spot, unless Knox now make the same mistake against Ferntree Gully and slip up today.
I can't see that happening.
And no, neither do I. So their chances of winning a flag just dropped dramatically last weekend.
Brett, I'll go to you first. Knox taking on the Gully down at Wally Chew. Knox, I reckon, are the big smoky in Div 3. They've got third spot basically at their mercy, which is theirs now.
Well, they're the only side that's beaten Donvale, aren't they? So that's, I mean, not that probably counts for, at the back end of the season, but they can certainly hang their hat and they might be just peaking just quite nicely, Knox. And under Steve Buckle, I was going to say sly old fox, he won't say old, but very astute coach. And, they could be going quite nicely.
Playing some very good footy.
They are, they are.
Yeah, so I think Knox should get victory this afternoon. Donvale travel up the mountain to Sylvan. Sylvan, they're an interesting conundrum, Sylvan, because of the fact that they kick decent scores every week. They always kick their 70 to 80 points, which in a competition is around the average every week. So they're in every contest, but it just depends on the mindset of which Sylvan turns up.
I'd have to say, and I haven't been to every single ground in the EFNL, but I've been to a fair few. I think Sylvan is just about my favourite ground.
Do you like that amphitheatre effect?
I do. I just love it. It's a small ground, and you've got to say that amphitheatre. It's actually quite picturesque up there, and that's quite interesting because it would be the smallest ground, I'd say, in the comp, surely.
Yeah. It's a boutique ground at best.
I like going down there.
Yeah.
So that makes a bit of a factor going up there.
So Donvale, look, they did what they had to do. They responded like they had to against Upper Gully last week. They go up the mountain. They should come back down with 4 points, but they're going to earn it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Let's move on. Surrey Park are at home to Oakley District. Oakley District basically sewed up their finals position against Upper Gully a couple of weeks ago. They lost again last week. Surrey Park are starting to build again after that game. Ryan, they're starting to add the pieces of the puzzle to have a big tilt at a final series. At the moment, I think Surrey Park are just going well enough, and with those players that have just come into the squad, they're probably in their second, third game back. They should be cherry ripe to take this game by the scruff of the throat this afternoon.
Agreed, and they will, and I think they can win big as well with a lot of players coming back in the side in recent weeks. Just on this game, now throw another hypothetical. If Surrey Park belt Oakley District today, Ferntree Gully, even if they lose to Knox, but it's a close margin, we'll have a look at those percentages because suddenly it opens up the door for Ferntree Gully next week if they beat Oakley District by a certain amount of points. Potentially can jump them on the ladder. So Oakley not safe yet. Important, even if they don't win today, they don't get belted out of the park and keep their percentage at a strong spot, which it is at the moment compared to Ferntree Gully. So we'll just keep an eye on that one today.
I tried to make a case for Warrandyte today in what I thought a game that could be winnable for them, especially up at Warrandyte. But I just feel with the inclusions that Upper Ferntree Gully have brought back in this afternoon and a lot of experience, unfortunately for mine, I can see Upper Gully travelling to Warrandyte and coming home with the 4 points this afternoon.
Yeah,
I was there this morning. Yeah,
I say this
they will.
every week, but I just don't know what's happened to Warrandyte because it wasn't that long ago they were a really good team, and they have just they've just fallen off a cliff.
Yeah,
really disappointing.
I think look, gone are the days where they had those key forwards. That's where I reckon they've lost their mojo. Yeah. They had Froud and Luke Dunn and Ryan
Buckets.
Phillips. Yeah. They haven't got a key forward anymore. No. And the thing is, look, having a look at their best players throughout the year, looks like a very young and inexperienced group, which will get better as the years progress. Hopefully for them, if they can put their best foot forward, they'll still be trying extra hard to win these last games so they don't get relegated. Of course. But I think Upper Gully, there's still a bit of pride at stake for them, and they'll want to come out and keep whatever hope they've got, if there is a hope. And I'm not sure there is.
I think they're officially ruled out now.
All right.
So they're done. But as you said, I just think they'll be too strong anyway.
All right. So the Oracle, where are we going with the Oracle in Division 3? Fair Park 49, Coldstream 61, Ferntree Gully 44, Knox 72. The upset, he's tipped the upset, Sylvan 64, Donvale 58. That's interesting.
They won't lose again.
Surrey Park 80, Oakley District 51. And this is probably the lowest ratings I think I've seen from the Oracle this year. Upper Gully 29, Warrandyte 18.
Geez, that'd be a riveting game if it's just cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
We've got 4 minutes left in pre-match. I think Tempe get the job done against East Burwood.
Yep.
Waverley Blues and Lilydale.
Have to win Waverley. They just have to find some form.
Been
That
so
is one side.
disappointing,
Yeah,
haven't they?
I agree. 4 out of the last 5 they've lost.
Yeah.
I'm going to tip the upset. I'm going to go Lilydale.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Up at the LSA.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm backing Waverley, but if they let me down one more time, I'm not tipping them again.
I'm not tipping them again this
they've
season.
made me a fool for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, I'm going to tip Waverley, but with no confidence at all.
Ringwood playing the Basin. Is that?
Danger game for the Redbacks again, but every time we say that, the Bears just haven't performed for 4 quarters. So I think still Ringwood, finals on the line, can't afford to slip up.
Yeah, I believe Fletcher Roberts once again is not playing for Mulgrave this afternoon.
No.
They take on Croydon. Look, for me, Mulgrave are just the enigma.
Yeah, they
are the Edward Nigma of the whole competition.
The what?
The Edward Nigma.
That's a Batman reference.
That's a Batman reference.
I'm sorry.
Enigma. The Joker.
The Joker, yeah. Because I just cannot get a read on him. I just cannot. I just don't know which side's going to turn up. One thing I do know who will turn up, Lin Jong.
Another big game on the weekend.
He's easily their best player.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think he will feature very prominently in Chandler Medal Night because Mulgrave have a very, very good record of winning these medals in division, so he can't be taken off. But I think Croydon, is Fraser Smith back?
No, I don't believe he is.
Doesn't matter if he's not in. I think at Croydon play that ground so well.
Yeah, no, he's not back yet, but still, I think Croydon are going to be too strong.
Yeah, and finally, Heathmont. I know we've been talking at Heathmont and praising them and pumping them up over the last week.
It might come to an end today.
Yeah, Baronia. They probably. I reckon they needed that really hard, tough, compromising game last week.
I agree. They've been belting sides left and right, and to have a real tough contest against Croydon where they still managed to walk away with 4 points, I think they'll be still pretty pleased with that. And as much as the Jets have improved, Ryan Young's been outstanding in recent weeks. I gave him the roughie on the podcast as the roughie of the week. I still think it's probably a bridge too far. As good as they've been in recent weeks, it's hard to beat Baronia.
And I don't think Baronia have lost at Heathmont in the last 3 seasons.
No, they won't lose today either.
And I think, Mullinger, McHugh, Tink and Jordan Haynes have clearly been Heathmont's best 3 players this year. And, they're going to have to be at their very best, Heathmont, to get the points this afternoon. So Baronia for mine. And finally, the Oracle has Croydon 41, Mulgrave 67. Don't ask me how he could tip Mulgrave or she. East Burwood 46, Templestowe 49, Heathmont 57, Bronya 78, Lilydale 44 to beat Waverley Blues 36, and the Basin 20 to be defeated by Ringwood 35. So there's some interesting pearls of wisdom there by the Oracle this afternoon. I don't know what jungle juice that person's been on, but I tell you what, I don't think I could have picked half of these sides that he's picked. Well, gentlemen, that's pre-match done and dusted for another Saturday afternoon, and everyone else keep everything and get ready, as we're going to bring in the call team for the big clash this afternoon. It's South Croydon versus Vermont, and it's coming to you live on EFNL Game Day, Facebook and YouTube all around the world, and stay tuned.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round between South Croydon and Vermont. A big Premier Division clash. It is 4th versus 5th with a spot in the top 5 potentially about to be lost, with Blackburn also looking for a top 5 spot. It is tight as it's ever been in Premier Division for those last positions in the final series. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by a full crew here today. Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi and Brett Beston on the boundary. And Ben, I'll start with you. It's great to have you back at the footy and out here at Cheong Park, where there is just so much on the line. We always talk about it. You know, coaches will say it's just it's a normal game. Every game's a throwaway game. Oh, I can't think of the line, Ben, but there's a lot on the line today.
There certainly is, and it's great to be out here. I haven't been to Cheong for a number of years. Love coming down to the kennel. There's a big crowd in as well. If you're heading to the game, there's no car parks left inside, so don't bother coming in. You'll be wasting valuable time. Find a car park, do a Wayne Brasher and park a few streets away outside the ground.
Exactly.
But it's fantastic to be out here. What a game it's going to be. It's been mouth-watering all week. I've been excited. I was texting Brash yesterday going, can't wait to get back out here. And like you said, it's such an important game because, the side that wins today almost nestles themselves into a final spot. We know that Blackburn's taking on Roval in a really tough game out there today at Seabeck. So they're the side that's also like knocking on the door of these two sides who are equal on 36 points each. So it's an unbelievable clash that we're going to see. And, the Doggies are in good form, aren't they?
Yeah,
They got belted by Blackburn and then they've come back the last fortnight and really put the pedal to the metal and beaten some good sides at that as well and by good margins. So I'm expecting them to have a really good showing today. But Vermont, the ever brilliant Vermont, they love the big occasion. They love the big games and they'll be primed to this. I was just watching them practice behind us in the caravan up on the hill up there. They look really switched on. This game's going to go right down to the wire.
Certainly right, and as you said, both sides pack a crowd. Great followings from both South Croydon and Vermont. And if you are looking for a car spot, you can park in my street out at Oak Lane, a couple of streets down from here. You will be charged for it, but
in the driveway.
In the driveway, absolutely. It's a great spot. Just come see me in the van today. But Wayne Brasher, you were hosting pre-game this afternoon, doing a fantastic job. And as we spoke about, we had two great coaches interviews in the pre-game. Both spoke very well and spoke about the importance of this clash. So I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing what should be another tight Premier Division game.
I always love coming to watch Premier Division football. It is absolutely no better coming to watch a game of Premier football. Doesn't matter whether it's Roval, South Croydon, Blackburn, Vermont, East Ringwood,
Donny East,
the whole lot. There's just something about EFNL Premier Division football. It's gone up a notch again this year, as the coaches have alluded to. The game's got tighter, and this is what we want. And the fact that we've still got 4 rounds to go, and it doesn't look like the third, fourth and fifth are still up for grabs.
Certainly right. And Ray Baird also joining us this afternoon. Ray, it's great to have your experience in the box for what is a massive game. And you'll be keeping also a close eye on the result out at Seabeck Oval, because that has implications on the way the ladder will shape out alongside this game.
Yes, thanks, Ryan. I will be just keeping an eye on that game, but I'll just say one thing about that. Roval are going to have to be at their best to win that game.
Only took you 10 seconds to bring up Roval.
Well, well, it took you 8 seconds to bring up Donny.
Touche.
When no one else
Shots fired and answered.
No one else even cares about him. But anyway, we're talking about this game here today. Two teams playing for different reasons. Vermont playing to hang on to their spot in the final 5, and as you guys alluded to, the up-and-coming South Croydon, they're on a roll and playing great football.
We'll go down to the boundary, Brett Beston, before we get to Paul. Brett?
Well, it remains to be seen, boys, but I've been reliably informed by both clubs that there are no changes, neither personnel or numbers. But I'll guarantee that there'll be at least one, but that's what they've told me. Weather-wise down here, it's actually really nice. It's actually quite mild outside. There's basically no wind and the ground's an excellent mix. So one of the better days we've had for footy in recent weeks.
Brett, we're going to do our tips in a second. So while we've got you down on the boundary, your thoughts on this game? Who gets up and by how much?
I've got South Croydon today, Ryan. I think they'll just get the job done. I think it'll be going for 8 points.
Thanks there to Brett Beston, doing a fantastic job again on the boundary. A big game here, and also welcoming for the broadcast for the first time this afternoon was out at H.E. Park Reserve earlier for the women's match of the round. Paul Uconi. Paul, thanks for joining us and looking forward to this clash. I'm sure you are.
I certainly am, and it was a great game out at H.E. Park, nice and close. North Ringwood ended up getting up by 3 points, and I'm definitely looking forward to this clash between South Croydon and Vermont, who are, as you alluded to before, they're fighting for 4th and 5th spot, fighting for spots in the final. So it's a really intriguing contest out here today.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as we spoke about, Brash, I mean, there's everything to play for today. And South Croydon's form probably puts them as the favourites coming into this, winning 6 out of the last 7 and beating some strong sides. Last week's win against Roval is one that, very few tipped, and it's the second time they've beaten them. They've had the wood over them. Interestingly enough, it's probably Vermont who's had the wood over South Croydon. So, as we said, it swings and roundabouts.
Certainly is, with this like I said, there's a lot of byplay between the sides in the top 5. Some seem to have gained some psychological edges over each other, but the one thing you do know that if whoever finishes in the top 5 at the end of the home and away season cannot afford to go into a final series being overconfident about winning any final, Ray.
You did right, Brash. This is what we've been waiting for a couple of years now, just the evenness right across the Premier Division, and whoever, like you say, whoever gets there in that top 5, if they're on their game on the day, they can knock any of the other sides off.
Ryan, as we alluded to last week, with that loss for Roval, they basically given 4th, 5th and 6th still a quick sniff at that double chance. So you can bet your bottom dollar that Ben Wise will have his side back on point this afternoon, to make sure that they to cement that, because the eye on the prize has to be that double chance, Ray.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's going to be the big, huge advantage. But only 2 sides can get that, mate.
Yeah, certainly right. We're going to do our tips for the game. Paul, we'll start with you. Your tip this afternoon out at Cheong Park. Beautiful conditions. Does it favour either side, and where are you going?
Mate, I'm going to go South Croydon by about 4 or 5 goals. It's a brilliant day for footy. It's quite a bit mild, and but I think South Croydon at home, they're playing really, really good footy. I think they will get up by about 4 to 5 goals, South Croydon.
Ray, your tip this afternoon?
Well, all I'll say is Wayne Brash is going to cross me off his Christmas card list, because I'm picking South Croydon. I'm picking South Croydon. Lee, can you just shut his microphone off? Thank you. No, I'm picking South Croydon by 18 points.
Is he on yours?
I just text now. I don't know if he can read them, but
Wayne Brash, your tip this afternoon?
Well, I think when you compare the two sides, the two South Croydon sides that played last time, it's chalk and cheese. I reckon this is their best chance to beat Vermont this afternoon with the side they've got listed. But I've been liking the way that Vermont have been running their games out in recent times, and I'm going to tip Vermont by 9 points.
Yeah, I think this will be very tight. Ben Warren-Smith, your tip this afternoon?
I haven't been able to pick one all season. Everyone I've ever picked it's gone the other way. Today I'm going to go for South Croydon by 3 points. Yeah, a real close one.
I'm also tipping the Dogs. I think they'll get the job done by 3 goals, but I don't think they'll get it done by any more. I think this game will be that 3 to 4 goal margin either way, but just on form, I think South Croydon may edge out Vermont.
So do we all agree 3/4 time, even halfway through the last quarter, the game will still be on?
Yes. I think so. I can't see, and every time we say that as well, it's a blowout by quarter time, and we're sitting here, twiddling our thumbs for the next 3 quarters. I hope it's not that sort of game. I think both sides will show up and perform very nicely, because there is so much on the line, so they can't afford to be off even by 5%.
One other thing I've noticed, Wayne Brasher, what's this Vermont out there trying to look like Roval, running around in the yellow jumpers,
Exactly,
mate?
I said that before. I was wondering whether we were playing, Roval was playing South Croydon.
It's the reversible jumper as well.
The Oracle's got Vermont winning 89 to South Croydon 85.
No surprises to see Dan King officiating this game, and he's about to hold the ball aloft as the game is underway as South Croydon kick to the Croydon end of the ground. It's a bit of a mismatch in the ruck. Hawkins went up. He got the easy knockdown. A quick whistle's been paid, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Lockie Johns. Lockie Johns on the right boot, squeezes it up towards the half-forward line. Stretching nicely there was Cooper Leon. He's about 55 metres out. He's going to kick it deep, right up to the hot spot, right to the top of the square, over the back. It might even be a push paid. Couple of collisions there. I know Shink was in, not Shink, it was Tommy Shink that got hit pretty hard there. And I think he's going to be paid the free kick, or it might go the way of Jones.
Oh, I think Jones might take the free kick from him.
I think he's got winded there, so...
That was a very heavy collision early, with Nielsen really splitting the pack there, Ray.
That's what for Vermont to get up, Nielsen's got to do that. He's got to be a bit more vigorous and do the right thing. But South Croydon don't want to lose a player at this stage of the game either. It's very important.
I think the thing is with Vermont, if Nielsen's been double and triple tagged, Ray, his importance with getting the ball down for the small forwards is going to be real important this afternoon.
Yep, you did right, Brush.
Shink has got himself up, which is a good sign. He's coming off, but it'll be a free kick going the way of Chris Jones, the defensive goal square. So An early stoppage there in play as Jones drives the ball out towards the wing position and knocks over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw-in.
So on the far side, right in front of the sponsor signs, a minute and a half into this contest, Eastland match of the round. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Hawkins with the tap down. Stole here by Hellerin for the Dogs, and they link up on that far side. The kick was a poor one and was well away from O'Neill, the intended target, and Vermont will take the kick. In fact, it will be Johns who will take this one. The champion of the Vermont Football Club, coming off a 33 disposal game last week in the Eagles' big win over Doncaster East, as Johns sends them back into attack for the second time this afternoon. Nelson flied for it, couldn't quite bring it down. Leon's there. 2 tackles there from the Dogs. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 as we go down to Brett Beston on the boundary line. Thanks,
just on Tommy Schenk, boys, he just came past me. He ran past me, but then after he got off the ground, he sort of doubled over. So I was wondering if he was going off for an HIA, but it doesn't look like he is. So it might be some damage around the ribs, but he looks okay, and we'll keep an eye on him in the next couple of minutes.
Thanks, Brett. We'll certainly keep an eye on that one. It'll be a big loss for the Dogs just a minute into this contest, as Vermont have done all the attack in the opening 2 minutes. Nielsen got the hit out down, but going nowhere. We'll get another stoppage.
I think what's going to be really important for both sides this afternoon, Ray, when they get the ball in their forward 50, if they're on the defensive, they've got to work hard to keep the ball there to create the
linking up well. Sorry, Brash. Jenkins shoots for goal, and he pushed it to the left-hand side. Sorry, I had to cut you off there.
That's all right.
As Vermont worked themselves out of the stoppage, got the handball over the top, and then just the minor score. So 3 minutes gone now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. First term. Let's cross back down to Besto.
Sorry, boys, I hate to keep chipping in, but I've just spoken to the trainer. No problems for Tommy Schenk. It's just winded.
On your Besto. Nice and thorough early in this game.
Just that whoever's got momentum in this game, and I believe it's going to change every 3 or 4 minutes, and you've got to hit the scoreboard.
Tommy Taylor waited a while for the ball to come back, then took off, sold a little bit of candy, and then goes direct through the middle of the ground now. The first player there was Hawkins. He got a palm on the ball, hit the deck though. George was there, quickly wrapped up by Jenkins, and we will have a ball up just outside the centre square. True centre wing position out at Cheong Park. Get down here if you can. A little shove in the rucks, or Charlton hit the deck and he'll take the free kick. Support out wide. It was a risky kick. Getting a handle on it was Rossiter, but couldn't quite get the ball away from his opponent, and the mark has now been taken by Halloran. So screaming for it short was George. It's going to be ignored. They're going to go for the old switcheroo here as the kick goes out towards Jones. Jones takes the mark, and he's got players further afield. Getting underneath it there was Hardstaff. Nicely fisted away there by Barker. It was good support he had, and a strong tackle over the top there by Devon McKernan, and we will have a ball up right in front of the faithful, the brethren. They're getting chirpy early out here at the kennels. The umpire throws it up, knock over the back there by Hawkins. Tried to find Johns. They would have done that a million times at training and in games. Comes out now, picked up by Matty Jones. He's going nowhere, and we'll have another ball up.
No score yet, or one score to Vermont, no score to South Croydon. A few minutes into this match of the round, tapped out of bounds there by Hellerin. We'll get a boundary throw in right in front of the South Croydon interchange box.
Bit of a chess game at the moment. Both sides still feeling each other out here.
Yep.
Certainly right as this ball brought back into play. Vermont are going to get the ball through Hawkins, who slams it forward. Punch from behind. Doing well there was Jenkins. Cut off by Kilpatrick. Couldn't quite cleanly grab it. And they do quite well here, South Croydon. The first time they'll go inside 50. They haven't really got a target, but the ball goes out of bounds, so it's a good result for them, as they'll be able to set up here. 5.5 minutes into this first quarter, their first opportunity for a score.
They seem to have Lockie Dixon playing a running role off that half-back line, Ray.
So back in again. King will get the tap down. Ross came in from behind. And we're going to get another ball up. Dan Beard will take this one.
From a distance, Dixon's number at the back, the 7, looks like half a divided by sign at the moment.
It certainly does here, as Vermont will rebound out of their back half. The mark was dropped there. As it comes back out of bounds again, we'll get another boundary throw in. 6 minutes into this game, it's the Eagles 1 behind, South Croydon yet to score.
Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Hope you're enjoying it early on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. It was a deep throw in that time over the back. It was handy askew on the boot up towards the middle of the ground. But it was taken mark there by Marshall at a scrambly kick forward. It might work out favourably. They've linked up okay here. The little toe poke by O'Neill goes inside forward 50. He was looking for Sheridan who had the back spot. He couldn't do much about that except just give away the free kick because Joey Fisher was there in position A. Ever reliable Joey Fisher.
Put his body in the right position at the right time there, Fisher, to get the free kick. Poor disposal.
Yeah, it's usually a smart footballer. It's a turnover by the Dogs and a quick kick on goal. Goes left and scores a level out here at Cheong. 7 minutes into this first term. It's one behind apiece.
Probably an opportunity gone missed there. He had a little bit more time than what he thought he had, and it should have scored a major.
Yeah, I believe that was Sheridan, so very dangerous around goals usually. He's kicked 23 goals this season. As Vermont will bring the ball back into play. Has an option right in front of us, but decides to go right down the line. Punched from Rossiter, fell in the hands of Chris Jones, who just sends it forward, and there he is again. And Tommy Sheridan takes the mark. Inside 50, directly in front, about 40 from home, and a big opportunity for South Croydon's first.
Well, he gave away that free kick earlier, made amends by the smother, then the shot on goal, and now found himself in the right position. So it's a good turn of fortune for him.
So he will line up for the first goal of the game. Tommy Sheridan has had a great season so far for the Dogs. Slow run up, and will kick it just in front of the arc, and that's right through the middle for the first of the day. South Croydon on the board, 1-1-7 to Vermont, 1 behind. We've played 8 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, they got caught flat-footed there, Vermont. Too many of their back six pushed too far forward, Ray.
Yeah, no, that's right, Brash. And up until then, I thought their back six was going well because early on they put a wall across that back 50 line, and they forced South Croydon out towards us. So if they can keep doing that, they'll be okay. But they got caught out then.
So the early lead for the Doggies. Had most of the play the last few minutes. What can happen here in the middle? Hawkins, once again, just easily out-heights his opponent there in Charlton, if that's even a term. As the kick goes forward now, getting in the front spot again with Sheridan. Got a timely fist on it. Here's Dano King linking up handball. Yeah, they need some support back towards the Sheridan. He had the run. He had the poise. He had the class. And he puts through his second goal. It only took another minute. That's 2 in a minute now for Tommy Sheridan. 25 for the year. And the Doggies, well, they're off to a flyer.
Yeah, they got caught napping there, Vermont. Once again, they over-committed at the contest and they let Sheridan run forward of the ball with no forward or back running towards him.
As well as Kilpatrick, who was let loose there. Paul Uconi in the stats centre.
Yeah, South Croydon again, they're getting banged for their buck early. They've had 4 inside 50s to 2 and they've scored 2 goals, 1.
And Dan King doing what Dan King has always done, just cool as a cucumber under pressure with that hand pass.
Over 300 games for the Dogs, and he's in the middle at the moment. Hawkins with the tap down. There's Johns, just got kick away. Askew's kick was smothered. Well done there by Tommy Taylor to stop this one at half back for the Dogs. Leading by 12 points.
It looks like Askew is shattering Dan King this afternoon. What a great education for the young man.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for him today as we're going to get another ball up right outside the forward half for South Croydon. So we go to the stats centre with Paul Uconi. Oh, sorry, no. There's the ball play on. Tap forward there by Hawkins. Now a chance for the Dogs. Through King, got the handball away. They link up. There's a dangerous spot there, dropped by Cox. Taken by Leon, just got it in time to Calder, but couldn't quite take it. And Tommy Taylor for the Dogs, were able to clear him out of defence. Kilpatrick all by himself, has a bit of time, puts it on the left, got it off to O'Neill, and they link up again. They've got players out, but that handball was a poor one, cut off there by Fisher. Got it to Arnott. Arnott inside 50 here for Vermont. The numbers in front from the Dogs. Punch from behind. Nielsen did well. Got it down to Calder. Calder will have a shot on goal. A bouncing ball just to the left. A minor score. Vermont doing a bit of attacking there. 2 behinds to South Croydon 2-1-13. 10 and a half minutes gone first term.
South Croydon look very dangerous once they get that outside runner on that far wing. They get those hand passes going and they look really good.
Yeah, they're getting that really good overlap, Ray. Yep. You're right.
So Taylor takes off once again. Going to do that all day, you would think, as the kick comes back in by Kalkowski up towards the deep inside forward 50, but good mark. Eyes only for the football. Jones, who's had a little bit of the football early in this game. Big man. Big man with the big number on the right boot. Just gets it out of that danger zone, kicks it up towards the Max King direction. He palmed it down. Kilpatrick, little kick off the ground. Sorry, it came towards Kilpatrick now. He's quickly tackled, going nowhere. Umpire said play on. Good play there. Cox over the top. King's in there as well. On the floor was Askew. Can the ball scoot out? Good umpiring to let it go, see if they could get it out, but eventually we will have that stoppage. 12 gone here in the first term. Every
time Vermont go into their forward 50, their kick is under pressure and it's being turned over.
Vermont leading the clearances early, 5-2.
It's very much Paul. A quick kick out of the stoppage by Cox. Bouncing football. Beetle plays, little toe poke by King. Had O'Neill there for support. Nicely done there. Picked up by Halloran on the right. Boot inside forward 50. And the big man, James Wilson, who I watched kick 4 goals straight in the practice, takes the mark lace out.
Too easy, Bresh. Too easy there.
Yeah, you can't afford to give Wilson 5 yards.
No.
I mean, he was clearly on the lead. He actually anticipated what was going to happen there, Wilson.
Well, he went into this game with a 2-goal lead on his teammate Tommy Sheridan, and now they're equal, so he'll be wanting to regain that back. But it's all about the team. He comes in. This should be bread and butter for a forward of his ilk. He goes goalward, and he does not move the goal umpire. Straight as a die over the goal umpire's head she goes, and they are off to a fantastic start here, the Doggies, the home side, and they're up and about. There's no doubt about that. 3-1-19 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2 behinds, Vermont.
Early warning signs here for Vermont. They're being outrun. They're being overlapped across most of the ground. They're under pressure when they're kicking the ball into their forward 50. They can't hit a target, and South Croydon are just running the ball out of the back 50 at will, Ray.
Yeah, you're dead right. They're chalk and cheese between the two back lines at the moment. South Croydon have put so much pressure on.
Agreed. Had plenty of players ahead of the ball. Here's Kalkowski for the Vermont. Got his kick away. It was smothered. Dano King might end up. Big clash there by Arnott, and he might almost be pinged. Back in the middle, but we'll get a ball up. Well done there, Dano King.
I reckon I've seen 6 Vermont kicks being smothered off the ball in the opening 15 minutes here.
Well, here's Nielsen. He gets his kick away this time towards centre half forward. No mark taken. Who's at the fall of the ball here for the Eagles? They tried to get the kick forward through Askew. Chancellor Leon just gets his handball away from the tackle. Here's John Smart. Handball over the top. Vasquez can run onto this one. Well pressured. Might not have it. He might earn himself a free kick. He will.
Yeah, he got legged there, Lucas Vasquez. Probably lucky to get the free kick.
Yeah, very.
Just outside 50. Looks to switch it into a dangerous spot. Rossiter grabs it. Tried to get his handball away. Just can't quite get rid of it. Don't know if he dispossessed it the right way. Askew got caught high. Just got away. O'Neill took on Nielsen and he stole it from him. And now he ends up with the ball going forward and finds a target.
Well done,
and
Nielsen.
Well done. And finds Ryan Fitzpatrick who can have a shot on goal. And well done to Daniel Nielsen. I thought his just attack on the footy has been pretty strong in the opening 14 minutes.
If he didn't get that ball, Nielsen, South Croydon were on the run again.
Certainly right. We'll go to some scores around the grounds. Blackburn leading Rowville 12-9. Noble Park leading Norwood 15-14. As Fitzpatrick will line up for their Eagles first of the afternoon. Well needed.
And Baldwin 20-zip against Donny East.
Big start there for the Tigers. Fitzpatrick, kick on the way. It's going to be to the right, so it's a minor score, and they miss an opportunity. 3 behinds for the Eagles. 3-1-19 South Croydon. 15 minutes played first term.
Pressure, two kicks for goal by Vermont. If they want to win this game, they've got to kick those.
Most definitely.
Taylor once again, wasting no time. We'll go down boundary side shortly. Let's go down there now, Brett Beston.
I was just going to say, boys, a bit of poetic justice, because I think in the lead up to that shot there was definitely a holding the ball, which wasn't paid, so probably a bit of poetic justice.
Well, a chance now for the Eagles to go forward. The little chip kick inside forward 50. Nicely done. A little pirouette there by McKernan. Got the kick out of the danger zone. O'Neill was there. First to meet it. Eventually picked up the ball. Had a good linking handball to Halloran. And now they're off to the races. The kick goes up towards the half forward line. It was intended for Max King. He had to do a lot of work, the big man. Cass went backwards. It'll go back to Cass now on the right boot. He drives the ball long. Who's going to be the target here? Sheridan was in the back spot in front of Dureo. As it comes out now, Kalkowski got dispossessed to the football. Dixon was in there. Hospital handball to Vassas, who had the skill and the time to get the handball back to Spencer. They'll slow things down now as the short kick goes out wide, and the mark has been taken by Tyson Hyams. And Vermont under a lot of pressure there as the doggies press forward. Haven't seen a lot of the play on this side of the ground, but the switch is on now. Matty Wilcox on the right boot. A beautiful kick down the line. It was a 2-on-1 situation and a good mark taken there by Campbell Barker. The umpire might have paid a free kick, but it was just as good as a mark anyway.
Gee, they need to slow the game down and slow the tempo down here, Vermont.
We're enjoying it, though. Keep it at this level all day, I say, as the kick goes up towards the Nielsen direction. Knock over the back. Running on nicely there is Tyson. Little handball over the top. Here's a go for Leon. He should just waltz in and put this one through. They needed that one, and they got the answer that they wanted, the Eagles. Vermont on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They inch back closer. It's only a 10-point margin now, but that was good play. They worked the ball. We haven't seen a lot of play on this side of the ground so far, but they did well there, Ray.
That's the first time in the game they've been able to run the ball, BWS. That's right. Some other scores: Warrandyte 3, Upper Frenchy Gully 32, Surrey Park 9, Oakley District 6, Sylvan 26 to Donvale 31. And Frenchy Gully haven't scored to Knox 12.
I might give up on the Ferntree Gully stuff, Ray.
I know.
I think you're probably on the money
I told
there.
you yesterday to give up.
Around the grounds, is there nothing this guy can't do? Oh, my God.
He's a man of many talents. As we're back in the middle again. Important goal for the Eagles. Back to a 10-point margin. The tap down was 1. Almost held without it was King. Got the handball away just. And now they go inside 50. A mark out the back was almost taken. And it falls to the hands of a teammate there. His snap on goal is out of bounds on the full for the Dogs. 3-1-19 to 1-3-9. They still lead by 10 points.
I think it was Kilpatrick.
Yeah. He's had a lot of the football so far, hasn't he?
He's had a good game as Vermont link up. Dixon out in the back pocket here for the Eagles. Kicking towards the middle of the ground. Dangerous kick. It actually works out okay because it falls over the top. Fisher was there. Just got the handball away. Jenkins running through the middle. Inside 50. The kick's a good one. It's a short one to Leon, who'll play on right away and find another target over the top in Kelkowski, who's well in range for his first of the afternoon. Decides to pass it off over the top. Smart play and hits up a target. And that was very good transition football from the Eagles, and having a shot now, Tyson in front of goal.
Tyson's probably been a shining light in the forward 50 for Vermont this year. He was the only forward that they had against Roval. He's a lead-up forward, and he loves the ball coming to him.
Brash, do you feel that maybe Vermont is just starting to get into rhythm, because this is the second time they've run the ball out of defence and run it into their forward line, which has been wide open?
Zach Tyson lining up for the Eagles' second in a minute. Important kick on the way, and it is a beautiful kick right through the middle. Tyson gets his first, and Vermont get their second, back to 4 points. 2-3-15 to 3-1-19, 19 minutes played. Bendigo Bank scoreboard first term.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, just picking up what Ray says, it's really noticeable down here at ground level that the Vermont ball movement has really quickened up in the last couple of minutes.
I think they also realise that they cannot afford to bomb the ball into Rossiter and Nielsen, because they're not taking the grabs and the ball's coming to ground, and South Croydon are able to pick up the crumbs and run the ball out of the back 50.
Ball back in the middle here, 4-point ball game. Umpire Dan Beard throws it up now. Big knockdown over the top there by Hawkins. They'll get the clearance again. It comes out to Askew, who's done well early. Wrapped up by Halloran, who's been in and around it also. Picks himself up. Notice there's a lot of numbers on the Vermont jumpers that have had a bite or something taken out of it. It's like the Silverfish have gotten the bag when they got washed last week, as it kicks up towards the half-forward line now for South Croydon. Knocked back. Here's Fisher. Got dispossessed of the football. Got knocked away as he got it. Kilpatrick. Advantage played inside forward 50. And that's what you want. Maxie King coming out in front, and he'll have a shot, the big man. We normally see play in the ruck from about 45 metres out. Slight angle.
Brash, another Vermont kick that got smothered. It's been a lot of that today.
I think that's the 8th smother. And the other thing is, too, once again, Wilcox has been caught behind the contest, and he's allowed...
Wrap it up, Brash, as it comes in now. King, he does not make a mistake. This is goal for goal out here. This is an entertaining term out here at Cheong Park for the Eastland match of the round. Premier Division at its best. Hope you're enjoying it today. 4-1-25 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard are the Doggies, and Vermont 2-3-15. Please continue, Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, just Max King was once again on the lead, and Wilcox has been caught out twice, once by Wilson and now by by Max King. Paul, let's go to you.
Yeah, a lot to like about South Croydon's tackling pressure so far, 11-5 in their favour.
And how was the kick from Kilpatrick? Lace out under pressure, hitting Max King. Incredible play he is. Hawkins got the tap down, but it's stolen here by Matt Jones. Inside 50 again for the Dogs. Doesn't really favour anyone. And they almost mucked this up through Wilcox. Went without it. Dogs now a chance through O'Neill. Tackled by Wilcox. Got off to Kilpatrick. Finds a way to get a ball onto his boot. Wilson took the mark, but it wasn't 15. So
old mate's not too happy that wasn't paid mark over the back fence.
He wasn't, but certainly not 15. As we'll get a boundary throw in here. Dangerous spot here for South Croydon. That lead 4-1 to 2-3. Great contest so far between 4th versus 5th in Premier Division. King got the tap down. Here's Jenkins. Did a 360 and put the ball forward. Stolen here by the Dogs. And almost could be ping.
Yeah.
And he is. And it's a free kick here going to Lucas Vassas at centre half back for the Eagles. He's done a couple of nice things so far in this game. Short kick forward to Jenkins. Jenkins finds a target. Here's Barker. Barker, right on the boundary line, tries to hit Calder. Got the handball off to Fisher. Over the top to Rossiter. Just got it away to Johns. Johns inside 50, looking for Nielsen. Was behind. Did well to contest. Got the handball over the top. They link up. A chance over the top. Running into an open goal is Leon. And misses to the right. And that was an opportunity wasted. They move to 2-4-16 Vermont, 4-1-25 South Croydon.
A couple of times now, Dan Nielsen has been able to make something out of nothing and keep the ball alive for Vermont. So that's always good when you've got a big man who we know who can kick a lot of goals, doing those 1%ers.
You said that at the start of play, didn't you, Brash? He's got to do homework on the ground.
Well, he's just wrapped up his opponent here. Matty Jones just ran into a brick wall, and the big man, speak of the devil, is going to take a free kick for holding the football 15 metres out.
You'd have to say that Nielsen has probably been Vermont's best player
I
in
agree.
his first quarter.
Yep.
He's done everything that you want from a forward. From a forward.
Well, Dan Nielsen kicked 27 goals for the year. He looks like he's come straight off the set of Game of Thrones. I almost feel like I should call him Your Grace. He comes in now. He's 20 metres out and he slams it straight through. This is some sort of a game we're seeing out here. This is what we wanted, what we expected. And Vermont get the answer they were after. Back to a 3-point margin here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 23 and a half minutes gone here in the first term on the Eastland match of the round. 4-1-25 to 3-4-22.
And around the ground, Division 1, Bayswater 1, Park Orchards 4. Montrose and Mirrabah tied up 8 each. North Ringwood 9, Mitcham 14, South Belgrave 17 to Wanturna South 15.
Thank you there, Ray Baird. And as you said, Brash, I think you're spot on. He's done everything he possibly can. He's just his attack on the ball. And as Ben said, made something out of nothing. So back in the middle again.
Usually it's commentator's curse. This time it just worked perfectly.
It certainly has. The South Croydon lead by 3 points. Cracking game out here at Cheong Park. Get down if you're around the area. South Croydon back in the middle again. Hawkins gets the tap down. Here's Johns, kick forward. Here's Tommy Taylor for the Dogs at centre half back. Did nicely and got the kick away into space on the wing. Running onto this one. Jones couldn't quite get these. Beat by Davies, who sees this over the bounce. And that was a push after the ball had already gone out. And there's going to be a bit of carry on after this. Didn't need to do it.
Someone getting a yellow card here, I reckon.
Yeah,
well,
Dan Beard's reached down for the socks.
I think Jones might be carded on this one. Having a look at the replay, he was already out of bounds, and an unnecessary push is going to probably result in a yellow card for him.
Quarter time score from the Catfish out at Ferntree Gully and Knox. Knox lead by 18 points at quarter time.
Davies has put in a very good, consistent season for Vermont so far across that half-back line.
And Jones coming off to the bench, so I'm assuming he was carded. And Dan Beard's made a little note in his pad as we go down to Paul Uconi Stat Centre.
The free kick count in his first...
He's actually taken the number. Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, Brush. Free kick counts 8-2 in the first quarter in favour of Vermont.
That's unusual to take the other opposition's number as well. That means that could be a report even.
No, I think he's asking if he's okay.
Well, he took the number though, Lee.
Yeah, he written something down.
Maybe it was his phone number.
So Davies either way will take the kick on that far side. Waiting for play to resume, and he'll just go down the line looking for anyone to take a grab. And there's Nielsen again. Big first quarter from him. Strong mark. He'll send it long into attack to full forward over the top. Who can run onto this one first? It's Cass who gets there. The Dogs under a bit of pressure. Jaden Cass looks to get it out of their back half. Mark not taken by Vermont. Leon got the handball off to Taylor for the Dogs, who cuts it off. He's wrapped up in a tackle by Kelkowski. 26 minutes played. First term.
The one thing that
South Croydon
Vermont
lead by 3.
Sorry, Ryan. The one thing that Vermont have done very well, if they've tackled in their forward 50 a lot better. Yeah.
Nielsen in the ruck contest has to win his own football. Got the handball away, stolen by Halloran. Little quick kick out of the danger zone, taken there by Himes. Got it to Johns. Johns on the right boot, kicks it towards the top of the square, and coming out and taking a mark. He was the third player in the pack there, and about 25 metres out, a shot on goal by Zach Tyson, who's already kicked a goal in this first quarter. He'll be looking for his second.
He actually didn't look like he was going to get there for a minute.
The two players who were jostling for the contest, they got pushed. They took each other out of it.
And it's hard to fathom here that Vermont could take the lead on the stroke of quarter time, considering South Croydon's dominance.
So Zach Tyson, he's right in front here. Been a highly skilled first term. You expect a player of his ilk to put this one through as well. Comes in now, pokes at it in the end, and he got it back. It started left, and then a helicoptered its way backing through the big sticks, and Vermont do have the lead going into quarter time. There can't be too much longer left. The lead is 3 points, 4-4-28 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to 4-1-25.
As you alluded to, Brash, it was all South Croydon for the first 3 quarters of this quarter, but Vermont, they've settled now. They've opened up their forward line, and as you said, the big guys down there, Thiessen and Nielsen, they're proving their presence down there, not only in the air, but when the ball hits the ground.
Yeah, it was Nielsen who sent the ball back into attack not long ago to set that next goal up.
Daniel Nielsen is... when he played in that Western Region Football League, he kicked 17 goals in a game when he played for Glen Norden, so he's no stranger to kicking goals.
Certainly right. They might get another one here, tapped down, but it's all South Croydon. Dano King now inside 50 for the Dogs, looking in the direction of Max King. Sheridan's there, pushed off the ball by Fisher. South Croydon laying the pressure there. Sheridan on Ross.
Boundary.
No decision. We'll get a ball up just outside 50 as we go down to Brett Beston on the boundary.
Yeah, just confirmation, boys. Matt Jones did get the yellow card. He's got into the dressing room for 10.
Thanks there, Brett, as we'll get a ball up just outside 50 for South Croydon. We've played almost 29 minutes. It can't be long left. Just getting his kick away there was George, who's had a fantastic season for the Dogs. They're hoping the Eagles will be able to hold this one up for their sake.
Ray, I reckon the two half-back lines, respectively, for South Croydon and Vermont are going to be the two key lines this afternoon to decide this match.
Well, here we go, tap down to Dano King, who sends it long into attack. James Wilson's there, used his body well. Out the back, they'll be able to rush this through. Smartly done there by Vermont, and it's just a minor score, so they will move to 4-2-26 South Croydon to 4-4-28 Vermont. 29 minutes played first term.
Well, they know there's not too long to go in this term. As Dureo winds up on that left boot of his. He thumped it every bit of 55, 60 metres. Nielsen came a long way from goals, but it didn't take the mark. Taylor on the right boot snaps it inside or thereabouts to the 50-metre line, and it just landed inside the paint. So they'll take that every day of the week, the South Croydon side. Boundary throw in right on the paint of 50.
Looks like James Ross is picking up Max King this afternoon. That's an interesting matchup.
So King goes in against Ross. Came down to King of the Dano variety. His kick went inside forward 50. O'Neill got the little handball away. This is promising for George on the right boot. He kicked it right across the face of goal. It was a shocker the end.
He actually tried to pass it to the forward standing right on the line.
Yeah, it was the wrong option, wasn't it? But they draw closer as we hit quarter time out here. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows Vermont, who gave up a 3-goal early lead to South Croydon, came back firing late in that term, and they lead by one solitary point, 4-4-28 to 4-3-27. Major goal kicker on the ground. Zach Tyson has 2 for the Eagles. Singles to Leon and Nielsen, who had a fantastic quarter, involved in all those goals, while Sheridan's kicked 2 for the Doggies. Wilson and King have singles each. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast. We certainly are calling it out here. There's 1 quarter down. There's 3 to go. Stay tuned with us. 98.1 Radio Eastern, YouTube and Facebook.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round out here at Cheong Park. It is South Croydon versus Vermont, and the Eagles lead at quarter time 4-4-28 to 4-3-27 in an exciting first term out here at Cheong. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi and Brett Beston on the boundary. Boys, I'll throw it to you first, Brash. Your thoughts on that first term? I thought probably South Croydon controlled the first half of it, but Vermont made the most of their opportunities late to actually pinch a lead through some good work from the likes of Daniel Nielsen. Yeah,
the opening 5-6 minutes, Vermont were bombing the ball inside their 50, hoping that Rossiter and Nielsen could take marks and kick goals. Then all of a sudden what was happening is when they when they brought the ball to ground, South Croydon were able with their runners to run the ball out of their back 50 and create overlaps as they were moving forward. Then what happened is all of a sudden Vermont managed to put a little piece of play where they changed their game style a little bit and started chipping it around and handballing and started a run-on play. All of a sudden their dynamics of the contest changed and they managed to then be able to get the game on their terms, where South Croydon were playing very much the same sort of football. I think it comes down to both half-back lines. Down to you, Besto.
Yeah, got Brendan Allen, the South Croydon coach. I mean, Brendan, good start, but probably just a little bit guilty of a bit of overuse at times.
Yeah, just inviting the pressure from them, and like they're a very good, as we said before the game, contest team. They like to get numbers around the footy, so if you start overusing it, they're going to get a bit of a look. But it's high-quality game of footy.
It's a great game. Couple of little hiccups for you. Jonesy with a yellow, and Tommy Sheridan took a nasty knock, but he's okay.
Yeah, Tommy Schinker was. Yeah,
Shinks.
Yeah. Nielsen pushed him in, that's dangerous stuff. That, but Tommy just on the probably sounded worse than what it was. The bloke just got on with it. But he'll be right, Matt. We'll just calm down and off we go again.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Thanks there to Brett Beston and Brendan Allen there from South Croydon. Any scores around the grounds, Ray, before we get started on this second term?
No, not at the moment.
Yeah, Ray, how did you think that South Croydon, they did run the ball well and they caught Vermont out, but it just seemed like that Vermont, once they got their running game going, that they were struggling to cope with it?
I just think a little bit more pressure around the forward 50 for Vermont. They worked their backsides off keeping the ball in there in the second half of that first quarter, and that puts a lot of pressure when the ball's coming out. You get a lot of missed kicks, kicked anywhere, and that's what South Croydon were doing.
And Nielsen was outstanding for Vermont in that first quarter. He basically probably was responsible for at least 2 of their 4 goals with his with the way that he was attacking the contest, Ryan.
And look, with Nielsen, look, that's another element to his game. I've always been critical that he goes for the mark and that's the end of him. But no, he's having second and third efforts today.
Second quarter.
Sorry, mate.
No,
the Maxi King has been moved into the ruck, which is a great sight, which is like where we like to see him play his best football. It's now an even contest in there as the ball goes up towards the South Croydon half-forward line. Picked up, though, by Jenkins. Did well. Little handball out wide. They do have the numbers, but the ball just didn't sit up there for Fisher, I think it was. No, it wasn't Fisher. Who was that? It was Dixon. We'll take 3. It was Spencer. Saw the 7. Umpire throws it up again now. Nicely done there by Hawkins, who's just winning everything in the ruck at the moment. Ball hits the deck pretty close to the boundary line. Nicely done there by George to keep it alive. That was trapped almost there by Liam Cox from the intercept handball. And over the boundary line she goes out right in front of the big crowd that's down here at Cheong Park. There's plenty of room around. Let's go down to Besto.
Yeah, Adam Park is a man of few words. I just said to him what was the message at half time, and he said just basically territory and contest.
Yeah, thanks very much, Besto. Getting the best of both worlds there. Well, the best of one and some of the other. As the umpire is going to come in and ball this one up. About 75 metres out from the Dogs' goals.
Best though we get more out of Adam Parker if he took his Noble Park jumper off.
Fire throws it up now. Maxi King got that knocked down this time. Goes down towards Dano. Couldn't quite pick it up. He eventually does. Got off on hands and knees. Stolen, though, by Jenkins. On the right boot. Scrambled it up towards the half-forward line. It was knocked away by Marshall. Bouncing football in the middle of the ground. Little toe poke by Kilpatrick. Went nowhere, but he got the chase. Dixon got the quick handball away for Vermont. Bouncing football. Wilcox was in there. Charging through. Strong tackle as well. Fitzpatrick, he hits the deck. On top of him was Dylan Marshall, and we'll have another ball up. They're going in hard and fierce. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot on the line in today's games. The umpire throws it up. Nicely done there by Hawkins. Paddled it to himself. Eventually picked up by Jonzo. On the right boot. Goes inside forward 50. Went straight through the arms there of McKernan. Dropped what he probably should have taken. Ball hit the deck. Wilcox was in there. Little handball out wide. Snap around the body that time by Barker. Will it be shepherded through? It will not. It went right at the post, and Vermont extend their lead. They double it, in fact. It's now out to 2 points. 29 plays 27 with a whistle just to stop play, as I think Big Wilcox is on the deck down there in the forward line. Just might be winded. So just waiting for him to...
Oh, that's Rossiter.
Oh, it's Rossiter.
Yeah, he copped one in the head. It was an accident, but unfortunately he was just on the wrong... His head was in the wrong area.
BWS, I thought you learned a lesson years ago. When a guy's down like that, you never say he's winded. You learned that from me, mate.
Yeah, well,
the last time I did that, the guy had a broken leg.
I can see this guy's
I
legs
think
are in
he's
one
winded.
piece.
One of my most favourite moments ever. I don't think I've ever laughed so much on air than that.
Ryan, get that comment he just made. He's only winded.
It's been hidden on YouTube, that whole game, because of that.
Yeah. I love the fact that you owned that.
I've got a feeling that
I appreciate that.
I think we're going to have a stoppage of time here.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a little bit more serious than what it first looked.
Let's go with Dan Sensick just eliminating games off YouTube.
Yeah, hiding games. Yeah, not sure about that.
What was the other one we're looking for? The Dominarians versus Bayswater. Sorry, the Dominoes.
The final round game a few years ago, Bayswater and Park Orchards. Yep. That was sensational, that.
You would have to at least... They need to take Rossiter off just to check him out, make sure that he's got all his faculties and stuff.
Ooh. Nice terminology. I like that, Brash.
Yeah, well, when you get a hit in the head, you sometimes you just need to go off and clear the cobwebs.
Just some scores in Division 1. Montrose 59 to Mirralbark 66. North Ringwood 71 to Mitcham 61.
Are you in the reserves?
Yeah, I reckon you're in the reserve.
That's some high score in first quarters.
I am too.
Lee, can you get that one on record?
That is the greatest faux pas already this year.
It looked all right to me.
That's a Blake Tennant error, right?
You cut him deep there.
Maybe you should go back to Specsavers, my friend.
I know.
The only reason he came here today was pick up the his umbrella, which
exactly right, Lee.
left behind last week.
So Taylor to finally resume play again, taking the kick out for the Dogs. Long down the line, looking for King. Punch towards the boundary line. Jenkins might be able to run onto this. He does. Handle over the top. Cut off by O'Neill. And now a chance for the Dogs through Baloney. Got it off to Sheridan on the boundary. Arnott will see it over the line.
A lack of experience there and awareness by Jenkins. He should have let the ball go out. He actually created a turnover, which nearly led to an inside 50 for South Croydon.
We'll get a boundary throw in here on the broadcast side. Hawkins again has been fantastic in the ruck. Kilpatrick almost kicked it to himself. Cut off here by the Eagles. And the kick from Jenkins bounced into a South Croydon back. And
yeah, that was touched.
That was my back.
And Besso's also caught one. I thought that.
It definitely did. It had a rebound. It rebounded off the back.
That's what I had thought. But,
there we go.
But play on now for Taylor. Taylor goes backwards. Finds a teammate there in Marshall. And he'll go inside, looking for a target of George. George down the line, punch from behind there by Joey Fisher, out of bounds, and the Vermont faithful love that one.
I'm going to get back on the horse, boys. Definitely these are right. Division 1. Bayswater 1, Park Orchard 47, Montrose 31 to Mirrabbark 10, North Ringwood 18 to Mitcham 38, South Belgrave 13 to Wanturna South 17.
Thanks very much, Ray. As the ball's back into play here. Quick kick by Taylor. It was smothered going up after. It was Halloran. Did well. Left boot inside forward 50 by Cox or thereabouts. King was there at the fall. The ball was nicely picked up, though, by Vass's little handball over the top. They've got out of danger. Davies, quick kick in towards the middle of the ground. Which way's this one going to go? It's a one-on-one contest here. It was stolen, though, by Taylor. On the right boot, he drives it up towards the forward 50. Flying high was Sheridan. Coming down, got the knock-on was George. Went out wide. On the left boot, Willis squeezed it out. And it was a good kick, too. Getting down low to take the mark there was Kilpatrick.
Gee, there's a lot of pressure in this game at the moment. Both sides are making a lot of mistakes here.
Kilpatrick goes short. King is still too far out to score. He's 55 metres out. Let's go down to Besto.
Yeah, I was going to say, boys, Jamison Ross said he came off the ground just before. I wanted to just give you an update. He's walked off pretty ginger. He's gone to the bench, so we'll keep an eye on that. And my back is very sore after getting that ball in the back. I might have to go off as well. I might need to be subbed out.
So, King...
You'll probably kick this.
You'll be right, Princess. King, little chip over the top. Umpire said it wasn't far enough, so he had to get the ball back in the end. Left foot kick goes inside forward 50. They've got the numbers, though, the Eagles. Squeezing out a handball was Calder. They go out of that defensive zone now. Doggies have the numbers, though, at the fall of the ball. Quick kick inside forward 50 once again by Kilpatrick. It was on the opposite that time. Jenkins got the quick handball, and now they go out wide. Kick goes out to space, bouncing football. It wasn't favourable for Tyson, who just really wanted the boundary line, and his wish was granted.
He didn't. He stopped there. He should have kept attacking the ball there, Tyson. He just hesitated, and once you hesitate, you lose sight of the contest.
8 minutes into this second quarter of the Eastland match of the round. Vermont leading by 2 points, 4-5 to 4-3. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or Facebook and YouTube.
A little bit
Free
of holding.
kick here has been paid, and he'll be going towards Hawkins for Vermont. He'll get the quick handball off to Arnott, running past, down the line, looking for Nelson. He's got front position. He's well handled there by Jones, but follows up with a great tackle.
Takes out two of them.
And we'll get a boundary throw-in.
I love the way he rolls.
He's creating a few headaches in the ruck division at the moment, Hawkins. He's very agile, and he's really sticking to his task here.
Yeah, he's probably won majority of the hit-outs today by far. Got the tap down again. This time it's Jenkins, who almost was being held. His kick was smothered by Want. And we'll get another boundary throw in again.
How many times have you called a Vermont's kick smothered? It's got to
It's
be at
happened
least
a lot.
a dozen times.
Just on Hawkins, what he's doing, he's not getting body on body. He's trying to jump over the top of him, and it's working at the moment. Look at him now. Look, he's 2-3 metres behind his opponent.
Yeah, and he's got a really big height advantage against Charlton when they go up against each other. Little kick by Hardstaff. Got smothered. There you go. There's one back for Vermont, Brash. As the kick goes up and the whistle's been blown, so it'll be a free kick to the Dogs, going the way of Matty George.
Yeah, that was a dangerous kick.
Short passes on. Just waiting for it in the end. A little bit lazy there by Cass. So another chance through Himes for Vermont to go forward, getting underneath it. Hardstaff got the knock away, but to no avail because Askew was there on the right boot, kicked it into no man's land. It was disappointing, and it's getting underneath it. Tommy Shink, great to see him back on the ground after copping one in the chops in the first quarter. Kicked it out wide. Good mark by Sheridan, who's a long way from goal. He's kicked 2 in that first term. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Went over the top of all players. Fisher was there. Wilcox got the handball away. He might get it back. Eventually, they linked into Fisher, who was looking for Wilcox. Stolen, though, by Halloran, who's had a good game so far. He got it away to the big man in Jimmy Wilson. On the right boot goes Goldwood and puts it through. Oh, he just didn't. He had the time, and he just made them pay, didn't he? You don't leave space for a big man like that to get the ball, and he put it straight through the goals, and he's kicked his second now. And it took a little while for the first goal to happen in this term, but South Croydon have it 5-3-33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They have the lead back by 4 points.
That was confidence kicking for goal, because he had Max King right on the point of the square, and he said, no, I'm not going to bother about you, Kingy. I'm going to put this one through myself.
Important that he did kick it, and that's exactly what he did. Paul, Yukoni Stats Centre?
Yeah, South Croydon are leading the inside 50s in this second quarter, 5-2.
Vermont paid the penalty for overusing the ball there.
Certainly right back in the middle again. It's now the Dogs in front by 4 points back in the lead. The kick from Kilpatrick was cut off by Himes. At centre half back here for the Eagles.
He's done pretty well so far, Himes.
Yeah, he's had a few good moments. Finds Vassars by himself in the middle of the ground. Can give it back to Himes, or will choose to take his time before he goes forward. Inside 50, leading in front was Tyson. And that's a beautiful kick and a great lead. Zach Tyson can line up for goal number 3.
That's strong dukes there by Tyson.
That is a great mark. Running full ball, hands outstretched in front of him.
Stewie Lowe-like.
Extremely well.
Can you explain who Stewie Lowe is? That's back in your era, is it?
Everyone knows Stewie Lowe, secured the champion, mate.
So Zach Tyson already has 2 this afternoon.
He had hands like buckets too, Stewie Lowe.
Yeah, that's it. That was his nickname.
For goal number 3, and to give the Eagles back the lead in an exciting contest so far. That is a perfect kick, and the Eagles strike back with their 5th, 5-5-35 to 5-3-33. A 2-point lead for the Eagles, 12 minutes into this second term.
Both sides are making each other pay for their mistakes, Ray.
Yeah, no one can get back-to-back goals at the moment, Brash. And look, the intensity of the game.
I'm loving the
intensity. It was great in the first quarter, but it certainly lifted again in the second quarter.
Both sides kicking some great goals from different areas of the ground. In fact, the bounce is making the way the ball's bouncing around the ground, it's actually making some players look silly when it really shouldn't be.
Nice to beat a ground that's not a bog as well. As the game restarts here in the middle. Nicely done there by Johns. Got the handball over the top looking for Cal Cosby. It was chopped off though. Chance for Want on the right boot. Goes up towards the half-forward line for the Doggies. An unfavourable bounce though for O'Neill. Saw it in the arms there of Johns, who chipped it out wide. He had a teammate in space in Davies. So far side of Cheong. The Eagles have just slowed things down. Potentially looking for the switch here. 98.1 Radio Eastern and YouTube and Facebook all afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Went straight through the arms there of Willis. Dropped what he should have taken. Want was there to mop up. Short pass was on. The umpire paid that a mark, when he's paid plenty others that haven't. Once again, here's Halloran on the right boot. He just finds space, doesn't he, Halloran? Drives the ball inside forward 50. Nicely done. Fisher got the receive handball from Davies. Slammed it out, but straight down the throat of Jason Want, who takes off to the races, who drives the ball long. It's going in towards the direction of Wilson. Over the back of him, Wilcox did really well. Got the handball to Dixon. Once again, they get out of that danger zone. Knock over the top there by Charlton. The umpire said it was a little bit too crude, and it'll be a free kick to the Eagles.
So they link up again. Put Dixon in a dangerous spot, but did well. The kick towards the boundary line. Not enough for Leon. And it's Willis who'll run that over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in far side. 13 coming up to 14 minutes gone second term. Nothing in it. 2 points has been back and forth all afternoon so far. Ball brought back into play. King versus Hawkins. Again, it was Hawkins over the top, trying to get it down to Jenkins. And it will be another boundary throw in right in front of the scoreboard on the far side of the ground.
Division 3, Frenchie Gully 2-4-16, Knox 5-1-31.
Thanks there, Ray. The Eagles making a slight comeback. Out there at Wally 2 reserve. Ball back into play. Hawkins through aside. King. His kick was smothered. Dano King just a handball over the top into space. But running onto this nicely was Vermont, who can go inside 50 themselves in the direction of Nielsen. Punch from behind by Jones. And a free kick against Jones. Nielsen will have the set shot. And you can probably hear the South Croydon faithful in the background. Not happy with that one.
He one hand punched the ball, but the other hand was on Nielsen's shoulder.
Great drive by Lockie Dixon through the middle of the ground to set that up.
So Nielsen will have the set shot.
Well, I don't really think that the South Croydon faithful should feel like they've been done by.
No, that was definitely a free kick. And they're right next to our caravan. If we saw it, they should.
And it is the bar.
So Dan Nielsen has had an impressive game so far. The kick on the way. You can tell by the reaction. He gives it to the South Croydon box. And kicks Vermont 6 to give them a handy 8-point lead.
Personally, I don't like that. Unless he performs for the rest of the game. Celebrating like that in front.
You put yourself in a dangerous spot if you do something wrong now.
Open. That's right. He's got to perform for the rest of the game.
I'm agreeing with you.
Let's cross down to Besto.
Just an update from the Vermont bench. Boys, Jamison Rossiter is out of the game.
Yeah, that looked... He looked a bit hazy.
Well, he certainly wasn't winded. Ray, you were right. As the ball goes back into the middle now, King pushed out his opponent there in Wilson. And the umpire said play on. Vermont just worked the ball forward now. That was a push. That was definitely a push. Hawkins gave the nudge, and you hear the Bronx cheers coming now from the Doggy faithful. They got one back.
They'll see it as a square up, BWS.
Well, probably not until they get one in their offensive 50, to be honest. But they'll take it, because as you would in a close game, that's exactly what you want. The kick goes out of that danger zone and getting underneath it there. Lachlan Dixon, who's had a fantastic term so far, takes the mark.
Yeah, really important 4 minutes that Dixon's had here.
Yeah, he certainly has as he kicks it inside 450. It was centimetre perfect to Spencer, who tried to curl things back. Chappie style, but just didn't get enough on it, and it went across the face, and probably not the worst result at the end of the day. Goes out of bounds on the opposite pocket.
Probably should have gone back for a set shot, in my opinion.
You're right, Paul. I was thinking exactly that.
It's not often you're wrong, Paul Yaconey, stats man, best in the business. King took it out of the ruck, snapped it out of the defensive zone in towards the middle of the ground. Great mark by Joey Fisher. It's one of my favourite players on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50, a big fly over the back, 2 bites. Almost couldn't pull it down was Tyson. He tried very hard. There's a lot of players around the ball. McKernan went barging through. He brought to deck, but the umpire said all was fair, and let's ball it up 25 metres out from the Vermont goal line. They lead this game by a very handy 8 points at the moment. The tap over, that is just textbook stuff. Fantastic goal running on Kalkowski. He just knew where the tap was going to go, and he got it palmed straight to him. Training drill stuff, Wayne Brasher. Vermont's lead extends now to 14.
Yeah, Vermont are trying to impose their will on this contest in the last 5 minutes. That's a fantastic piece of ruck work by Hawkins there, and Kalkowski just ran straight onto onto it.
Yeah, no, copybook stuff, wasn't it, Bresh?
That's probably close to play of the day there, Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, read it so well, did he?
Goal of the day, anyway.
Yes, Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Yeah, write that down, Ryan, so we don't forget that one.
It's in the notepad.
Dixon's been really important, as we've talked about. Once again, Nielsen's imposing himself on the contest.
There he is back in the ruck again. Dana King went to kick it, but it was slapped away from Vassars. Instead, it's Taylor now to go forward for South Croydon towards that far side. Joey Fisher again, this ball from behind. He'll end up with the footy again. Cop one high. Umpire said nothing. Play on. Jones got the ball here off to O'Neill. Back to Kilpatrick. Tight on the boundary. Finds Wilson. And he uses the ball so well, does Braden Kilpatrick. And James Wilson will certainly back himself in.
Well, you know he can kick it, Ryan, because he's proven that he can do it in the past.
They need it.
I really am loving this contest. This contest is really shaping up to be the game of the season here.
Well, it's certainly been the last 5 minutes all Vermont with the momentum, so this will be one important goal for South Croydon if James Wilson can dob this tight on the boundary, far side from about 40 out. The kick is perfect. James Wilson has his third of the afternoon, and South Croydon 6-3-39 now to Vermont 7-5-47. 19 minutes gone, second quarter.
Division 3, Surrey Park 5-11, 41 to Oakley Districts 3-1-19.
He just made it look easy. He makes it look easy, doesn't he, Brash?
No,
He does. He's got the perfect kicking style that you'd love for a forward, hasn't he? He's just so relaxed. And mechanically, it's so sound.
So we're back to an 8-point margin here. Vermont still have the lead. We've almost hit time on here in the second term on the Eastland match of the round. Premier Division football at its best. Mouth-watering stuff. Nicely done there by Nielsen. Got the knockdown, but to the run of Dano King. That kick was smothered. And now a chance for Hyams on the left boot for Vermont to go forward. Going in the direction of Hawkins, but he was out-muscled. Great mark, Tommy Shink. Eyes only for the football and pulled it down in the one grab. Going back there. Short passes on there by Taylor. Found Jones deep in that back pocket. Might go back to Taylor here. You'd expect so, and that's exactly what he does. So we're going to use the near side here, broadcast side of the ground. Hyams was going to be underneath it, eventually got a fist on it. The Doggies have a 3-1 situation at the fall of the ball. Nicely done there by Shink, got the handball back. A smother, that's 2 back for Vermont. Brash, you must be proud as it comes out now. Strong pick up there by Taylor. He was muscled over the boundary line for a boundary throw.
Brash nearly stuck his hand out the window of the caravan to smother it himself.
It was coming this way.
Vermont 12, South Croydon 3.
Ball up inside 50, still in the Vermont attacking half. Hawkins got the tap down. Here's Johns, and Taylor will get there first and run it over the line. So
Blake Tennant's texting, so obviously Montrose are winning. 6-7-43 to Mirrabah 2-5-17.
Good call. Ball brought back into play here at Cheong Park. What a contest we've had into red time in the second term. And a free kick's been paid to Hawkins. Holding on to play on. Kelkowski over the top to Johns. It's going to come back. Hawkins will have a set shot on goal. The free kick
and there's
against King.
And there's absolutely no guarantee that this is going to go through either.
Oh, nice. Do you see how he marked that? Just stuck out the mitt and just took it in the hand. Just one hand. Just clunked it like a basketballer.
Well, Stewie low hands, you see.
Buckets, mate.
Brash, you bagged him all. You've praised him all day for his ruck work. Now you bagged him
Giving him
because
no
he can't
chance.
kick a
Ray,
goal.
have you seen him kick the football?
Doesn't matter. Have you seen him ruck like he has today?
I've seen him
He's
ruck
up and about. Give
He's
him a
up and
go.
about, I suppose, yes.
He's been one of their best performers so far for
I
the Eagles.
better be careful because Mrs. Hawkins might get hold of me.
To extend the lead to 14 points. Hawkins comes in from about 45 out. Kick on the wave. It holds its line, hits the post. And Brash has proven right.
Well, that's a 50-50 bet.
Vermont's moved to 7-6-48 to 6-3-39 South Croydon. But a better attempt on goal than the way you were sort of sounding that he was going to kick it.
Sounded like he was going to kick it to us.
So Taylor brought the ball back in. Strong mark by Nielsen, who took it and then took off as well. Thumped the ball back towards the top of the goal square. Who's going to get underneath it? A good fist on it there by Tommy Shink. Couldn't quite take the mark that time. Was Cooper Leon, who kicked a goal in the first term and threw for a minor score. He's taking his time to get up, but he'll be okay.
Brash, Vermont have got that great wall of China across that centre line. Nothing's getting past.
Yeah, they can't at the moment, South Croydon.
10-point margin. Matty George took it from the kick in and then thumped the ball down the wing. Nielsen's underneath this one. You'd back him every day of the week to take the mark, and he does just that.
He's clearly best on the ground
BOG at the moment.
Without doubt. We're not going to moss him here. He copped it straight up, and it went to Max King, who got a little handball out, but he's redeemed himself. Nielsen, as he came barging through. Now Vermont have the numbers. Strong tackle out wide. I don't know why that wasn't paid holding the ball. Shit comes in on the non-officiating umpire. Dan Beard saw it from out the back. That's why he's the best in the business, and he comes in, and now the Doggies will use the corridor.
So they looking for Jones, juggling mark, but did well enough. Got the handball off to the runner, coming past him, Marshall. Marshall finds Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick switches it, looking for the teammate there in Cox, who did well enough to control it. Inside 50 again.
Shocking.
Out the back. There's a player there. Big tackle there from Fitzpatrick. Laying it on. Hellerin got the handball over the top. Into space. Cass is there. O'Neill barges through, gets it back. Goes backwards to find Marshall to go back inside 50. looking for Wilson, who uses his body so well and pushes his opponent off to take a very great mark in front of goal for his fourth.
Some sort of dance move when he pushed him away.
Yeah. That was so clever by O'Neill and a cool head to go backwards. Smart play.
Yep, had the player out the back. And James Wilson has probably been one of South Croydon's best. Already has 3 goals in the half and just doesn't miss set shots usually.
Well, he should kick this, Wilson.
Well, it's certainly a much closer shot than his last goal on the boundary line. Not much of an angle. James Wilson lining up for goal number 4 and to put the Dogs back to a 4-point margin. James Wilson, 7-3-45 South Croydon, 7-7-49 Vermont, 25 minutes played, second term.
Division 4, Scoresby 56, Whitehorse Pioneers 26.
I think that's game over myself. I think Scoresby are winning that by 60 points, Ray.
I'll take your word for it, Brush.
Well, what a game we've got out here. Division 4, Schmore.
And that's the great thing about this contest.
How good is it?
When both sides make mistakes, they're paying the penalty for it.
4 points the margin. Paul Yaconi, got any stats that matter for us down on the stats bench?
Yeah, the inside 50s in this quarter are 10 apiece, and the clearances at the moment are 6 apiece.
Charlton this time got the knockdown straight into the arms, though, of his opponent there in Vassas. Now Vermont. It's usually goal for goal out here at Cheong today. It goes inside forward 50 for them. Hitting the deck. There was Marshall, though. Ball gets wrapped up, and the umpire's going to come in and bounce this one.
I reckon the quarter might go around 30 minutes. I think taking into consideration the amount of time it took Rossiter to get off the ground.
Yeah, and 25 and a half have gone now as Nielsen got the knockdown. Going nowhere, though. Just travelled sideways about 5 or 6 metres.
The tackles are 9 apiece in this second quarter.
See, everything's nearly even between them.
Yeah, it's an absolute cracker. There's a chance now for the Eagles. Ducking into the tackle there was Leon. He's going to be pinged. He copped one high, but when you duck under the man, you get no favours from the umpire and Jason Want.
As soon as you drop your knees, BWS, you're in trouble.
Yeah, correct. Want now kicks it out towards the Brett Beston area of the ground, but Hyams kept the ball in. Little handball over the top. This is okay now for Ross. On the right boot, goes inside forward 50. Who's going to stand tall here at the fall? The ball was Leon. Can he keep it alive? He did just that. Oh, nicely done. The newbie, Askew, kicks it inside the corridor. Couldn't quite hit the target. Nicely done there by Kilpatrick, who threw it away. Threw it away.
That's second tackle that Nielsen's laid and won the free kick.
Yep.
Sensational tackle by the big man. We know it's not overkill us talking so much about him in this first half, but he's just standing up all over the ground. He's doing it all.
You know, you mentioned earlier Game of Thrones reference. I reckon I'm thinking more Viking and comparing him to...
Well, his nickname...
Was it Abruzzi from years ago? We used to just call the Viking?
Yeah,
because we couldn't pronounce his name.
That's right. Well... He's having some sort of a game, isn't he? As he comes in now, Nielsen, and he puts it through. Fantastic goal. That's goal number 3 for him. And they are going to take some stopping here when the ball's in his hands. Nielsen, he's everywhere at the moment. Vermont stretch it back out to that handy 10-point lead.
Division 2 score, Croydon 12, Mulgrave 27, East Burwood 31, Templestowe 33.
Interesting couple of results there.
Heathmont 26, Baronia 48.
On your Ray.
Signs are ominous there for Heathmont, aren't they?
Yep.
Could be season done for the Jets if they lose today. 10-point lead for the Eagles back here at Cheong Park. Couldn't have asked for much more in the match around in this first half. Been an entertaining contest. Hawkins got the tap down. King went to try and kick it. It was taken away from Jenkins. Went back to Dixon. Dixon takes on a few and gets through them all and kicks it in the direction of Nielsen. Kicked the last one. Almost couldn't quite take the mark, and well done there. Standing at the ground was McKernan, who found a target. He's called a play on as Cass over the top. Only just 15. Found Willis. And they'll look to slow the tempo. Going back to McKernan. Almost
he thought
could have been
about
caught for play on again. Decides to go just down the line. Not long left in this quarter. 28 minutes played. 10-point lead to Vermont. And it's over and out.
It's probably been the best first half of football I think I've seen in Premier Division this year. This game's really had it all for both sides.
Surrey Park lead by 5 goals at halftime over Oakley.
important win for them if they get over the line, lock up the double chance. King went back to Cass, and his kick is out of bounds on the full. So Vermont will take this. Coming up to 29 minutes gone. Can't be long left in the first half.
Arnott on the left, squeezed a kick into Jenkins.
Get the ball into the inside 50 now with a minute or two to go.
You telling Brash as Jenkins on the right boot, just poked it.
Oh,
just
that's a shocking kick.
totally ignored everything, every bit of advice you had for him. And the kick went out wide and over the boundary line she goes, right near the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Gee, I reckon he was lucky not that didn't go out in the full.
Yeah, it wasn't one of his best. Time ticking over. 29 gone now as the umpire throws it in. It was a deep one and went over both ruckmen. Comes out now. Hawkins' kick was smothered. Now it's 13-3 as it comes out. Hawkins hit the deck. Kick up towards the O'Neill direction, who was being held. He'll get the free kick, so another chance for the Doggies. Got the quick handball away. Here's Cass on the boot. Goes inside forward 50. Siren sounds. Wilcox was in the front spot. But it's half-time out here at Cheong Park and the Premier Division match of the day in the Eastland match of the round. And I tell you what, we have seen an epic game of first quality football out here. Hope you're enjoying it today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Major goal kickers. For the Doggies, it's Wilson who has 4 goals and he's been standing up forward. Sheridan has 2, single to King. Whilst they spread it around a bit more, you'd love a couple of these in a multi, wouldn't you? As Zach Tyson's kicked 3 as well as Daniel Nielsen for Vermont, singles to Leon and Kalkowski. But that's one half gone. We're going to have the halftime show and all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your football this afternoon, right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Cheong Park, Eastland match of the round. South Croydon taking on Vermont. It is 4th versus 5th in Premier Division. And at half-time, it's the Eagles 8-7-55, leading South Croydon 7-3-45. In a very entertaining first half, out here at Cheong Park. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Brett Best and Paul Uconi at the halftime show. And Brett, you were down on the boundary looking at all the action, and very entertaining first half. A lot of goals kicked, 15 between the two sides. And when both sides get going, they look very exciting.
Yeah, really boring game. Not much happening. It was terrific. I mean, it was. We talked about the conditions being favourable, and it was end-to-end stuff. It was really, really good to watch. I just felt towards the end of the second quarter that Vermont were just starting to get on top. They had quite a good sort of little period in there. Not to say that South Croydon can't come back, but I just felt that Vermont was starting to get a little bit dominant. So it'll be interesting to see how South Croydon respond when they come out after half-time.
Yeah, certainly right. It was a bit of swings of momentum at certain stages of the game. As you said, Vermont in that probably second half of the second quarter started to take a bit more control through the middle, had the options up forward. Nielsen just having one of those outstanding games for them.
Just extraordinary. I mean, the guy it's like he just took the game on.
Yep.
He was everywhere.
He was.
I mean, he's kicked the 3 goals, but besides that, he's winning the ball. He's charging around like a lunatic. So he was absolutely incredible. So
Attack on the footy, unbelievable.
Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to stop him. And also, I mean, for South Croydon, Tommy Shink went off with the issue with his ribs, but he came back and he was colossal across the across the back. A couple of intercept marks, and without him, they'd probably be even more trouble. But they're going to take some stopping here, Vermont, if they come out and play like they did towards the back end of that second quarter.
Yeah, and also as well, I mean, you feel like they kept bombing it into players like Nielsen, giving those intercept marks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Tommy Shink, he just eats those up for breakfast, and he was really, really good. And the other guy that was really good when he got his hands on the footy was James Wilson. We know what a class act he is.
4 goals.
Yeah, and I talked about him before the game, and he got 4. So turning into a bit of a shootout. Look, I mean, there's nothing in it. It's only 10 points. But first couple of goals of the second half, I think, will be really important. And obviously to see how South Croydon nullify the big man Nielsen.
It's probably the great thing about this game is that both sides have match winners up forward, and as you said, Wilson doesn't miss set shots at all. He just knows this ground so well. You could pencil him for one no matter where he is in that forward 50. He's got 4 for the afternoon. Sheridan kicked a couple in that first term, and then Zach Tyson and Daniel Nielsen both kicked 3 goals each. So both sides have got some players to look at stopping in the second half in their respective forward 50s. The other result at the moment, Blackburn are currently beating Roval 43-19.
Oh.
So bringing up the live ladder, at the moment in 4th position now is Vermont, 5th is Blackburn, and then 6th at the moment is South Croydon, because Blackburn does have a much superior percentage. So,
yeah. Well, again, we talked about that before the game. That Blackburn game was pivotal because of the result of that. Whichever side lost today could be in a bit of trouble, but ultimately whichever side wins today, if the other result goes their way, could get a substantial boost up the ladder.
Yeah, it's certainly very intriguing. It's going to be an interesting second half, see how that all plays out today. We're going to go to some scores around the grounds in a second, but Paul Uconi, who's been in the stats centre this afternoon, just take us through some of the key stats that you've noticed in this first half and how that's affected the game.
Yeah, no, they're fair. They're very even, these statistics. The clearances are 16 apiece. I felt like, particularly in that second quarter, Vermont were on top as far as getting it forward and creating opportunities. The inside 50 marks, 6-5 in favour of Vermont's. The intercept marks, particularly in that second quarter, Vermont won the second quarter 5-3, but it's 5-5 in intercept marks. The tackles are 24-20 in South Croydon's favour. The inside 50s are 27-24 in favour of Vermont, and the free kicks are 12-7 in favour of Vermont.
Thanks there to Paul. We're about to go to an ad break in a couple of minutes, but we'll just quickly go through some of the scores around the grounds. As we said, Blackburn leading Roval at the moment, which would be a big result for the context of the ladder. Baldwin's leading Doncaster East as well, 42-26. Noble Park, big lead over Norwood. Besto, 74-28. Berwick East Ringwood is actually a twilight fixture, so we'll have to wait on that one. Division 1, having a look at the games around the grounds. Bayswater Park Orchards geez, this is a big lead, 73-12. Disappointing there from Bayswater just to not really put much of an effort in. Montrose leading Mooroolbark 45-17. Mitcham running away at Quamby Reserve 63-24. South Belgrave 38-1. Turner South
Monty
30.
South taking up to South Belgrave, aren't they?
Yeah, a big surprise. Having a look at that game coming in, I don't think anyone would have given them any hope to get close. So a good performance so far. Mulgrave lead Croydon 27-19. East Burwood, Tempe, close game. Templestowe leading by 2 points there. Must-win game for them.
Yep.
Boronia leading Heathmont 48-33. The Waverley Blues just starting to kick into gear now. They lead by 12 points over Lilydale. Ringwood 56 to the Basin 22. And in Division 3, before we go to our ad break, the results around the grounds. Knox 38 to Fentree Gully 16. 79-70, Donvale Sylvan. I don't know if that's correct, but that's a very high-scoring game at half-time, if that's a result. Surrey Park 50-20, Upper Fentree Gully 97-28. Again, another high-scoring game. We're going to go to an ad break. Just quickly before we go, your tip, is it sticking with South Croydon or are you going to flip?
I'm going to stick with South Croydon, but not with a lot of confidence, the way Vermont played in the back end of that half, but I'm going to stick with South Croydon.
And Paul?
Same as best. I'll still stick with South Croydon, not with a lot of confidence. So I think I went from by about 4 goals, but I think it'll be closer. But I'll still go with South Croydon.
Thanks, guys. We're going to go to our last ad break here. Jumping into the second half in a minute, it is Vermont 8-7 to South Croydon 7-3.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Vermont Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out here to Cheong Park. It's the Eastland match of the round today. Premier Division football. Ben Warren-Smith, Ryan Long, who's earning some brownie points with the misses outside the caravan, Wayne Brusher, Ray Baird, who's kissing babies, and Paul Yacconi, the best in the business on the Stat Centre, and of course our very own John Blackman, Lee Green from LKLM Media, the best media team in the country.
Mr. Warren-Smith.
And let's not forget Megan, who's on top of the caravan doing her best work, the best camera woman in the country. But Brash, I tell you what, this is the best game of the year so far.
Most definitely. Both sides are really capitalising on each other's mistakes. So far, Vermont have, with a 10-point lead, have just made a little bit more hay while the sun shines, but take nothing away from South Croydon. When you've got a guy like Wilson that can kick goals from anywhere on the ground, you're always going to be in the contest. I think what's basically happened is the two half-back lines seem to be controlling the destiny of the contest, and that's allowing, and there seems to be a lot of run coming through that midfield, and both back lines are under pressure when there's extra numbers going into that forward 50, creating overlap, creating spillages, and so that people can run onto the contest. The game is still right up for grabs. You know, I was speaking with you, Ray. I said to you, if Vermont get the opening couple of goals, do you still see that South Croydon can still be in it? And I still think they are, but it'll be a hard task.
It'll be a hard task, Brash, but you can never write South Croydon off. But the way Vermont, that quarter in particular, they built the wall of China across the centre of the ground there, and the ball hardly came out towards the end of the quarter out of that defensive 50 there. But they've got to continue it on. Half a game of football. It's been a great game of football.
Have you walked the Great Wall of China? That's two references you've said
I have,
today.
actually,
Yeah,
yes.
I thought so. I thought that might be the case.
Let's go.
Let's restart this game, and there's a second half out here at Cheong Park. It was a fresh air shot by both ruckmen, then a fresh air shot by Charlton to have a kick away. Kick goes up, but it's been quickly taken the mark there by Cox of the Doggies, who kicked it up towards the Max King direction at centre half forward. Couldn't quite take the mark. Scrambly kick through the middle of the ground to no one's advantage. In there was Cox, got the handball out, but it was stolen that time by Jenkins. Inside forward 50 or thereabouts to Nielsen, the man of the moment. You just put it in his area and he makes it happen, doesn't he, Wayne Brusher? A strong mark, and he'll have a ping from just inside the paint.
Yeah, this is probably exactly what Vermont want. They want to strike early in this third quarter and see if they can get a degree of separation here from South Croydon. A lovely way to kick by Jenkins, but really that was a very, very good mark there by Daniel Nielsen under pressure.
I tell you what, when you're on, you're on. He had no way he was going to
Well,
mark
he probably
that.
had no right to be taking that right.
You're right, Brash. But
So
you've got to finish it off now.
3 goals in the first half, which takes him up to a total of 30 for the year. He comes in now. He starts it right. He just works it back magnificently. He loved it straight off the boot. It went through post height, and that is a fantastic goal to start this term by Vermont. They stretch their lead to 16 points. It's getting towards a handy number now. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 1.5 gone third term.
Ray, would you agree that Nielsen could be the player that could take the game away from South Croydon in this quarter?
Well,
if they get it right?
he has already, Brash. You know, he has already.
Let's go to Besto boundary side.
They might need him, mate, because I tell you what, there are 3 down on the Vermont bench. They have got Johns, he's out for the rest of the game. Rossiter, as we mentioned before, and Campbell Barker. Actually, Lockie Johns has gone to hospital.
Yes.
And I believe Rossiter has as well. So they've got a few problems out there with in terms of personnel. But they're very confident, and Adam Parker said, it's season defining, so go out there and win it. And from the South Croydon bench, they just want to be better around the contest. They feel they're right in this game.
Well, I did see Johns leaving the ground just before, so well spotted there, Besto. Tap down, Askew for the Eagles. Arnott tapping it forward, gaining some ground. Here's Jenkins who can run on it. The pass off to Leon. Got it. Shot on goal is good. And Cooper Leon adds another one. Vermont have got 2 in 2 minutes. And they move to 10-7, 67 to 7-3, 45 South Croydon. And they are playing some very, very strong football at the moment.
Not the opening that South Croydon wanted here, Ray.
Well, they're the two. That's the opening that you predicted, Brash. You said if they can get the next 2, is the game going to be over? Well, I tell you what, South Croydon, they've got to pull something out of the bag now.
But still, the fact that Vermont are down on the bench may come back late in the game.
Yeah, it may come back. It
may come back.
But the way they're going now, it's hard to see. South Croydon have got to stop the flow at the moment. 2 goals in just over 2 minutes.
Yep.
Leon did really well then. That's his second. Stole the handball, really. Could have been going out wider, but the finish was superb as the umpire, Dan Beard, will restart this one.
Yeah.
Dan Beard, not Beard. Thank you.
Dan Beard.
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 Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry. He's no relation.
No, it's not even spelt my way. That's
It
what I'm
sounded
pointing
like
Damn beard.
it's okay. It's okay.
I don't know. Did I say that? You might not be. You might be hearing things. Hyams, he was under pressure, came charging in. Cox. And that's 2 times you've beaten me today, Ray. I'm looking for the comeback. Don't you worry, it won't take too long either as it comes into the middle of the ground. Dixon, been really impressive for the Eagles. Darts this way, darts that way, little spin as well. Just fancy styles, like he's been watching the gymnastics at the Olympics. Kicks it in towards the middle. Tyson, who's kicked 3 goals in the first half, takes the mark in the centre, thumps the ball forward. It was into an open space. And it was in the direction of his, the Nielsen direction, but he couldn't quite pull it down. And Jones, who took the mark, has coughed it straight up. Tyson Calder winds around now on the right boot, kicks it right back towards that direction, but getting in the way again, Chris Jones. And he'll take 2 and go for the reprieve.
Been very handy in defence has Jones, and finds Matt Jones, who has the short kick towards Kilpatrick. Need a big second half from the South Croydon Star if they are to get across the line. Trailing now by 22 points. Short kick forward finds McKernan. And they're just slowing the tempo down on this game again. Had Taylor as an option running past. Decides to go forward himself and finds Cass. South Croydon certainly need the next goal. The kick towards is a dangerous one. Punch from behind by Dixon. And again, they've got all the run again. Jenkins got it off to Calder. He got the hand pass there to Vassis. Tackled well and truly there.
That should have been
on
holding
the
the
centre
ball.
half forward line. Was unlucky not to get the free kick.
The ball rolled out of Vassis's hand.
Yeah.
He was put
so
under
he's
pressure.
very lucky not to get pinged there.
So we survive a scare there. Hawkins trying to tap it forward. Running into this is Arnett, who's lifted his intensity in the game. Big bump there by Fisher. We'll get a stoppage on that far side again. 5 minutes played, third term. 7-3 to 10-7. Quick ball up. King the hit out this time. He'll follow up his good work and get the handball off to Cass. He'll look to switch it inside. The kicks doesn't really hit a target. Dano King's able to get there. It's cut off by Fisher, whose pressure's been very good this afternoon. Ball not coming out. Trying to tap it away there was Davies.
Gee, that was well
We're gonna
done.
get another stoppage.
That was well done by Fisher there because there was 3 South Croydon players waiting for him to cough up the ball.
Still laughing at that Dickie Knee impersonation in my head. It was fantastic. As it comes out now, Fisher went through his arms. Ball paddles out. Hyams was in there. Been impressed with his game. Halloran did really well. Eventually scoots out to Kilpatrick. On the left boot, he slams it inside forward 50, but to no avail. Chopping it off nicely there was Calvin Dureo, who just switches the play here. Mark's been taken by Calder. Hasn't he started this third term off to a flyer? Handball backwards to Matty Wilcox, whose neat short pass just took too long in the end. Chopped off by Mason Halloran. Like I've said a number of times, I'm impressed with his game today. Kicks the ball inside forward 50 up towards the direction of Wilson, who got muscled out of it that time. He was looking for the free kick. The umpire said not a chance in hell as it comes out to Rayo, wrapped up by Dano King and rewarded. The favourite son of the kennel will go back, and I don't know, 45-metre kick at this stage of his career might just push him a little bit.
I think they need him to kick it. Dureo got caught in no man's land. He tried to do too much there and didn't play the percentages.
Should have hand passed it. He had a runner going beside him, Brash. Not the team thing.
Well, it'll take every bit of his best here, Dano.
They need a goal here, South Croydon.
If anyone's going to lift the side, though, it's a man like this. So King comes in now. He gets underneath it. It's just got the purchase, and it's just what the doctor ordered. Puts it through for his first, and the doggies got the one that they were just needing because the margin was stretching out. But it's back to 16 points here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 7.5 gone, third term.
BWS, you weren't confident with Dano getting the distance there.
No, I thought that it would take every bit of his best, as I called it magnificently.
You've gone off him a bit since he's given away those 3/4 sleeves he always wore.
One of my favourite players of all time, Dano King.
Certainly.
You get a bit. You know this. You get a bit colder as you get older, don't you, Ray?
Yes, you do.
So back in the middle again. Very important goal for the context of the game. Back to 16 points. Kelkowski first to grab it, and he's tackled right away by that man who just kicked the last goal in Dano King. We'll get a secondary ball up. Coming up to 8 minutes gone, third term, the Eastland match of the round. Let us know where you're tuning in from today. Big game, 4th versus 5th, and Blackburn leading Roval at the moment means currently South Croydon on the live ladder are sitting 6th.
Shout out to Quando, who's up north watching the game. A big fan of the doggies. The proud owner of the once famous Horny Burger out here at Cheong Park.
Oh, very nice. As Jenkins got the handball forward to Dureo. Dureo switches it towards the far side. Mark not taken. Arnott off the ground. Doesn't really go too far. Here's Leon. He's kicked a couple of goals for Vermont today. Dureo again. Handball off to Arnott, who's lifted in this third term. Inside 50. Out the back is Tyson. So is Nielsen. In there first is Jones. And we're going to get a ball up inside 50 for the Eagles.
Gee, he was lucky he didn't connect there, Joey Fisher, because he would have given the free kick away.
So Nielsen with the tap down. Stolen by Kelkowski off the boot towards Tyson. Bouncing out of bounds. Not a bad result.
Yeah, I'll
for
take
the
that.
Eagles there.
You would take that one.
So right forward pocket here, grandstand side of Cheong Park. Only about 20 metres out from the Vermont goal line. Currently leading by 16 points. Quickly stolen by Marshall from the stoppage. Bouncing football out towards the Want direction, who wants the boundary line, but he's not going to get it because Calder did extremely well. Handball back in towards the danger zone. Want got up on hands and knees and then wanted the paint. He wasn't letting that one get away from him, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Bit of desperation then, BWS by Want.
Yeah, certainly is. Loving the amount of people who've brought the old camp chairs into the ground today and just set up position A right around the ground. And when you've got that, wire fence, you can always have a good vantage spot. So we have another stoppage here.
Did you bring yours, sir?
Yeah, it's in the car. It doesn't leave my side. I feel naked without it. Don't worry about that. Nielsen from the stoppage got the knockdown. Almost felt like the umpire was a little bit in the way there, but I think it's just my eyesight as the ball hits the deck, and we'll have another ball up. Still in that Vermont offensive zone. A lot of plays around this football. 10 minutes tick over now in the premiership quarter as it comes down askew. It was knocked down by Nielsen, who goes after it in there. A little kick off the ground that time by Vassis. It just curled around and it picked up and slammed through for a goal. Kalkowski perfectly done there. He had no time. He had to work himself out of that phone booth. Just get boot to ball. He slammed it on. But that goal awareness was crucial, and the margin back out to 22.
That's a bit of an opportunist goal there. Kalkowski was in the right place at the right time, but beautifully threaded that goal through the melee there of South Croydon's back 50.
And the two goals that he kicked today have been exactly that same thing, Brash. They're very dangerous around that square area.
Certainly right. So we're back in the middle again, back to a 22-point lead, and as Brash said, with 3 down on the bench, this 3 to 4 goal buffer is quite handy for the Eagles. I want to maintain that going into the final quarter.
We call that a contender?
Nah.
No, the first one was
already
better.
had the first
The
one,
first one
so.
was better.
So back in the middle again, Hawkins got the tap down, went over the top of his opponent. He's still up in the air. Dano King got the handball forward. A chance now for McKernan. Over to Want. Can run onto this one. Picked it up nicely. Now sending them into attack. Sheridan at the back. Spoiled it from behind. Laying the tackle there was O'Neill. Dixon got the handball over the top. And they retreat it back to Fisher. Gets past his opponent, but sprays the kick out of bounds on the full. So South Croydon to take it and give themselves a chance to go forward. Jason Want will take the kick in. Right on that far side, 11 coming up to 12 minutes gone, third term. 8-3 to 11-7.
Jason Want coming back from Fair Park to play at South Croydon this year. Big jump.
Yeah, certainly. It certainly hurt the Lions this year. It's O'Neill that will actually take the kick in, though. So O'Neill sending the Dogs into attack. A lot of numbers for the Eagles. A mark not quite taken. Wilcox is there. Kick off the ground there by Dano King, but all numbers for the Eagles. They'll mop this one up. Dixon to send him out of attack. Good mark here by Tyson.
He's taken a couple of really contested pressure marks.
Courageous.
Copped a hit as he took that.
Domvale 97, Sylvan 89 at the moment.
Wow.
North Melbourne have got back in front of the Tide.
Yeah,
Sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I thought you might have. So, marked by Ross. Deep in the back pocket over the top to Wilcox. Been a great player for a long time, Matty Wilcox.
Upper Gully 122, Warrandyte 35.
Holy dooly.
19-8, 122.
Well, they've got the spoil here, the Dogs. Do they have the chance? Swinging around Sheridan, who's been quiet since that first term. He just had enough time and poise to hit the target. And Braden Kilpatrick, who we heard Ryan say we need a lift from in this second half if his side's to get over. He's going to have a shot on goal from 45 directly in front.
Yeah, once again, I thought that was the wrong kick there by Wilcox. He kicked to a contested contest, and he should have been looking for the out.
Well, the turnover was critical. Now the Doggies a chance to make them pay for it. Braden Kilpatrick, the crowd will tell the stories. Pushed it right. It's not going to come back. Almost poked at that one. Didn't kick right through the football. Through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 13.5 gone. Out here at Cheong Park, and it's a 21-point margin, 73-52 Vermont's way.
So taking the kick in now, Lachlan Dixon. He's done a lot right today for the Eagles, and he'll just send it towards the far side as far as he can in the direction of Nielsen. Got her hands to it there. Vass has got the handball back, and they'll go down the line again. An opportunity for Vermont. McKernan's there for the Dogs. He's the first one to grab the ball, tackled by Askew. We'll get a ball up on that far side. 14 minutes gone third term. It's a 21-point lead to Vermont. Been a fairly high-scoring game so far this afternoon. Perfect conditions here. Arnott, he's tackled well. Ball falls out to Kilpatrick, who slams it forward, and James Ross is able to take the mark on the chest.
Hasn't done too much wrong, James Ross.
He never does anything wrong, does he? He's just a very solid player down back. Finds Wilcox, who has the short kick forward to find Himes.
You can see what Vermont are trying to do. They are trying to deny South Croydon possession of the football.
So Himes right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Goes up, a big fly over the back. A great mark again. Chris Jones has taken a lot of defensive marks today. And he's kicked it pretty sloppy, but it's going to travel every bit of 55 metres. He was looking for the direction there of Sheridan. Ball hit the deck, picked up there by Dixon, and we will have a ball up.
Yeah, Chris Jones has pulled 3 very good marks in this quarter.
Little tap over the back. Went in straight into the arms of the biscuit, Matty Arnott.
Down to Paul Laconi.
Paul Laconi.
Yep, come on.
The inside 50s this third quarter are 7-5 the way of South Croydon.
I'm not even going to say anything, Ray. I'm just going to let that one slide as it comes out. Thanks, Paul. As it comes in, Jason Wan, who's had some sort of a term. A lot of the football inside looking for Wilson. Slammed on the boot by Halloran Goldwood, and it went left. He was under a fair bit of pressure. Almost nearly to stop and sum up his options, but he got boot to ball, and every point counts in a close game. 20 points is the margin. They're clawing it back one by one at the moment. Vermont have the lead.
I think they'll be happy to go in under that 3-goal margin into three-quarter time, knowing they might have the legs over Vermont, who'll be low on rotations. Here's Doreo, finds a target. It's Dixon.
It's almost like Vermont are trying to play tempo football here.
Well, Ross goes to Himes, right in front of us at half-back. Back to Ross. Made him work for it. Just waiting for an opportunity ahead of the ground to present itself. And he'll just have to just go down the line and look for a target. And Doreo did well to push off his opponent, but didn't end up with the footy. Vass has got it, and he was tackled right away by McKernan right in front of the South Croydon faithful. Bit of feeling in this one.
Sort him out, Besto.
No, he's got a crook back.
He's keeping his distance as we'll get a boundary throw in. Important stage of the game here for South Croydon. If they can get one back, they'll be looking much better going into three-quarter time. Big tackle on King by Vassas, and it's holding the ball. Free kick, Vermont.
Nicely done there by Vassas. Almost could have gone on with it there. They had some players running through the middle. A little bit slow, if you ask me. As a risky kick goes into Arnott, who had strong jukes and takes the mark, but taking his time getting up as well. So all of a sudden it's had an opportunity for South Croydon to man up here. Arnott winds around on that familiar left boot, goes up towards centre half forward here. Getting underneath it there was Kalkoski, who couldn't take the mark, but they drive the ball forward in towards the forward pocket. They just had players everywhere. Well, they had a couple anyway. Nielsen was the target intended, but the mark was easily taken there by Cooper Leon, who's going for goal number 3 and a very important kick in the context of this game.
Yeah, look, that was... shouldn't be allowed to have an unmarked forward rate going into your forward 50.
No, exactly right, Brash.
Cooper Leon, based on the way he's been kicking today, he'll keep it straight and through for a behind. So I backed him in there. Commentator's curse comes back to bite you again. But probably the score that everybody watching the game and is enjoying it wanted, just to keep it at that under 4-goal margin. 21 points is the margin here, and we're almost in time on here in the third term. 18 and a half gone.
So ball brought back into play here for South Croydon. They'll kick it towards the broadcast side. Who'll fly for this one? Dixon in front position. Sheridan ends up with the footy, brought down in a tackle by Himes. Around the grounds at H.E. Parker, Heathmont have hit the lead. 7-9 to 7-8, keeping their season alive if they win today. Hawkins to tap down. Jenkins finds the footy, does a bit of a spin. Pass over towards Kelkowski. They keep it in. Askew, again, tight on the boundary and hitting up Leon. He'll play on right away. Got targets out and finds one. And that's a good kick and finds Fitzpatrick, who can line up to kick Vermont's 12th and give them that handy buffer going into three-quarter time.
Fitzpatrick has probably struggled a little bit after having a really good season last year. He's had injuries and that, and he's just starting to find his form heading into the finals this year. A really important kick for him, especially for his confidence.
About 40 metres out, slight angle, but still in his range. Fitzpatrick, we're right behind this one, so we'll know right off the boot if he's kicked this and it's gone to the left and it's going to hold left. So just a minor score. They let South Croydon off 11-9, 75 to 8-5-53. The Dogs, as we go down to Paul Uconi in the stats center.
Yeah, I reckon the difference at the moment has to be the inside 50 marks. It's 10 to 6 the way of Vermont, and obviously the margin's 4 goals. So there you go.
Both sides have missed 2 good opportunities for goals in this quarter, both South Croydon and Vermont.
Willis to Cass, whose kick goes out, and a strong mark taken by Matty Jones.
I think if South Croydon have got to get back in the contest, Jones has got to find a way to get back into it and get on the ball.
Well, his kick was a shocker. He was looking for Max King, who stuck one mid up and just got the timely knock on it, so it didn't go out on the full. Boundary throw in. Just forward of centre, far side of Cheong. A lot of dogs inside the ground today, but I suppose it makes sense given that we are at the kennel. Bit of a dad joke, but it's real. As it goes inside forward 50. Oh, nearly just ripping it from behind there was Spencer. Quick kick out. No avail. Nicely done there. Handball to Jenkins on the right boot. Kicks it up towards Nielsen over the back there. Nicely done by Jones, who just went, I will have a behind, thank you. And handballed it straight through the goal. So you don't see that too often. Usually it's a knock, not just the clear handball through. It's like hitting a target back in the old big kick days where you got to handball the ball through the target. Ball back in play.
Joel Bowden style back in the day.
Who's he?
You don't know him?
Yeah, doesn't he live in the territory now?
Good question. I actually think he might.
If he was still in Victoria, he'd be playing for Richmond at the moment.
Oh, well, we need him. The ball comes out to Dixon. Check that score for me, by the way, see if we've hit back. As South Croydon through hard stuff. The handball cut off. His Vassis went the don't argue, went backwards to Dixon. Dixon, snap around the corner and finds a target on the chest there of Calder. Tyson Calder will have the short kick towards Nielsen, juggling mark, and he's doing absolutely everything.
See, that's close to mark of the day, that.
I think that would be the Ringwood Mazda mark of the day, or the mark of the week contender. Yep, I saw the score.
He could be pulling down all the awards at the moment.
Well, he certainly could. He's had just one hell of a game.
That is such a strong mark.
It's just sometimes when everything is going right, and this one would be goal number 5 and would really make things difficult for South Croydon heading into the last quarter. Daniel Nielsen, you'll back him in on form today. The kick on the way. He loves the celebration, and he's got it straight away. He pumps the fist, and Vermont get their 13th. 13-10, 80, or 12-10, 82 to 8-5-53.
I acknowledge that earlier thing where he was carrying on. I said if you play well all day, that's justified, and he justified it now. He's been fantastic down
So
there.
the lead's out to 5 goals here for Vermont. We've still probably...
That's enough.
Still with probably 4 to 5 minutes left in this third third quarter. The doggies are going to need a really quality 10 minutes in the last quarter to get back into this contest, I feel.
Well, someone has to throw themselves under the bus and say it's game over, so it comes back. So I'll be that man, Brash. As not that you want it to go that way. Let's face it. As it comes out now, nicely done by Fasan. Inside forward 50 it goes. Can they get the quick answer? Pressure's on. Handball by Davies over the top. Nicely done there by Ross, who's had a super third term. Little chip kick was perfect as well. Vassas takes the mark.
He's had a big third quarter too, Lucas Vassas in the midfield.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of players who had to step up given the interchange worries certainly have in this term, and they're going to give themselves a really good lead and opportunity to take home the 4 points at three-quarter time. We've gone 23.5 here. I don't expect this quarter's going to be too long either. It might only be 3 or 4 minutes left, so they'll be happy to hold it up. Dixon, been really impressed with his game today, Dixon. Kicks it out wide, right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which shows an 82-53 lead to the Eagles. 29 points, kick it up towards the Arnott direction. Couldn't quite take the mark, laid the late tackle, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw-in.
East Burwood 52, Templestowe 40.
Sorry, what was that, John Blackman?
Arnott lost his boot there.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh, the ball's in play, though. Kick goes across the face. Almost thought it was down the doggy's end. I got a little bit excited, but the mark has been taken by Willis, and Willis is off.
He'll take the short kick forward, finds Cass. The half-back line here for South Croydon, desperate for a goal before three-quarter time. Hits up a target in Fasan. Had a big game last week, was best on for the Dogs. He goes down the line, standing under it was Fisher, couldn't bring it down. Vassas is there for the Eagles, so's Jenkins. And Sheridan wraps up.
Shout out for the hot chips out at this ground too. Absolutely magnificent.
They certainly went down. They hit the spot at half time, I'll tell you.
The burger melted in the mouth.
Oh, nice.
My chips were a bit cold, but South Croydon go inside 50. Ross punches it out of bounds.
You got yours second hand, though.
Did you get yours, or did the missus get them for you?
No, the missus got it for me.
Oh, well, we know who to blame for that. Certainly not the canteen.
She had them for 20 minutes before she came over and said, here you go.
18-point lead to Blackburn, 7-10, 52 to Roble, 4-10, 34.
So again, the live ladder.
Trouble down at Seaback.
Live ladder has South Croydon 6 at the moment. Snap on goal from O'Neill. Not going to make it, and taking the mark there is Spencer in the back pocket for the Eagles.
They've done everything right in this third quarter, Vermont. Everything right.
Yep.
Their back 50 has really tightened up, and they've just played the percentages this quarter.
Spencer, his kick went out. Almost like everybody stopped there, but a nice little handball by Kalkosky over the top, and now he's Calder on the left boot up towards the half-forward line, dropping what he should have taken there was Hawkins, but the umpire's going to come in and pay him a free kick. It's almost a gift for the big man, but he'll take it.
He's looking to give it off South Croydon. So
he wasn't. He was too slow.
Yeah.
It was too slow. And like I said, it loomed to be a short quarter, and that's exactly what it was. 26 minutes only.
Oh, he's going to have a shot now.
Is he going to sausage this?
He's going to have a ping.
Here we go. Look at that.
He's going to have a Malcolm Blight here.
There we go.
I've waited 9 years for another one of these moments.
The last moment you had was a Jeff Goebbels moment.
Yeah, that's what
wasn't
I mean. Yeah, that's it. So Mason Hawkins comes in, and he turns it into a sausage roll, and it does nothing. And it went straight into the throat of Devon McKernan. But that's three-quarter time out here, and it was an A-plus effort by the Vermont Football Club during that third term. They call it the Premiership Quarter, and they hold a very handy 29-point lead with only 30 minutes to play. Major goal kickers on the ground. Dan Nielsen, what a superstar game he's having. He's kicked 5, 3 goals to Zach Tyson, 2 each to Kalkosky and Leon, the major goal kicker. James Wilson, who's been quiet since kicking his 4th. Sheridan has 2. He kicked them in the first term. We need a lift from him if they're going to get up the doggies today. And Dan King and Max King both have singles. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio East, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back with that all-important last quarter and all those around-the-ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Cheong Park, Eastland match of the round. South Croydon versus Vermont, 4th versus 5th. And it is the Eagles leading 12-10-82 to 8-5-53, extending their lead to a 29-point buffer at the final break. A lot to play for in this final term. The live ladder reads Vermont in 4th, South Croydon in 6th, and in 5th at the moment is Blackburn holding a lead over Roval, so we'll keep an eye on that in the final term, particularly with this game with Eagles. 3 down on the bench. Can they hold on in the final term? Ryan Long, Ben Warren-Smith, Wayne Brasher, Paul Uconi, Ray Baird and Brett Beston on the boundary this afternoon. Brash, very strong third term from Vermont. Under the pump with those injuries, but they've held up very nicely.
Yeah, the opening 2 goals of that quarter, as Ray and I talked about at half-time, was going to be the game breaker, and Vermont getting those opening goals in the opening 5 minutes, they were able then to control the tempo of the quarter for the remainder. They just seemed to be able to get the game on their terms, and they were able to run the ball around and deny South Croydon possession of the pill, Ray.
Yeah, they were very good, Brash. Look, every time that South Croydon challenged, they answered back. That's a good thing about it. You know?
And the thing is, both sides kicked 2 behinds. It wasn't like that South Croydon did have opportunities to get back into the contest. They kicked 2 behinds, and then Vermont had an opportunity for about 2 or 3 minutes, and they kicked 2 points. But then all of a sudden, once Vermont got that 22 point and then got that extra goal to push it out to 29 points, it does seem like a bridge too far. But like I said, with
boundary boys,
when you're down by 3 on the bench, nothing's taken for granted.
Let's go to Besto with Adam Parker.
Yeah, Adam Parker, mate, you must be absolutely delighted with that quarter. You're 3 down on the bench, but you've just come out and just played probably the best quarter of the season almost.
Yeah, it was a positive quarter, no doubt about that. We had the advantage of going down the hill a little bit. They put a number behind the footy pretty early, which we didn't adjust to really quickly, but I thought the second half of that quarter we did really well and we moved the footy pretty well.
A couple of guys that stood out for you, I thought Nielsen and Vasis particularly good on that quarter.
Yeah, Nielsen's having a quality game. He's a competitor. He's going really well. We like him.
And also Dixon also played pretty well.
Yeah, he's been huge. So 30 minutes to go. We'll see how we go.
Good stuff. Good luck, mate.
Well, he still seems a little bit anxious, doesn't he, Adam
Well,
Parker?
you would be if you don't have a bench. I mean, but look, I said South Croydon are going to have to probably play an unbelievable 12 minutes of football to get themselves back in the contest here, I reckon.
They need the first 3, and they need them in the first 10 minutes, I would have said. Yeah, exactly like what you're saying, Brash. Sorry for the echo there,
No,
as the
all right.
umpire holds the ball aloft, and we will restart this final term in the Eastland match of the round, Premier Division football. Maxi King moved back into the middle of the ground, got the knockdown that time, barging his way through. Spencer quickly wrapped up. We'll have the ball up.
However, if Vermont get the opening goal in this quarter, you could just about say that they'd be home.
Yeah, you'd almost write it down, wouldn't you? To take the sting out, it's not really what we want, but we'll appreciate anything that's good football. Barging his way through Vassis.
Yeah.
Is it Vassis or Vassis?
No, it's Vassis.
It's Vassis. I heard Besto say Vassis, so I thought I'd back him in there, but we'll just shut him down at the same time. The kick goes up towards our forward line.
Boundary.
Let's go Besto to boundary
Not for
side.
the first time you've done that either.
He's been doing it all. He's been doing it all day to everybody.
From the South Croydon bench, it was just work rate and just give it your all for the last quarter.
On your Besto. Great job today doing it solo. I'll come down and join you at the end of the game.
You mean take over?
Good on you.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Who let that little munchkin in there?
Specify the shots over the bow, not into it, Ray.
Oh, dear. Take one of the two Spencers off him and he gets all chirpy, doesn't he? Has a kick ball in now. Quick kick, though, by Jenkins was smothered, but it was picked up and kicked in by Vassis to the top of the goal square or nearabouts. Nielsen, first time for the day, he's almost been out-muscled, but charging his way back through. Vassis again kicks it to the top of the goal square, which this could wrong its way through, but it won't because there was Jaden Cass just to tap it through for a minus score, and the margin's out to a clear 5 goals now. 1.5 gone, final turn.
A lot of work ahead of the Dogs. They'll go down the line looking for O'Neill.
It's been quiet.
Yes, probably hasn't had a massive day. The handball was actually quite dangerous. Back to McKernan. It works out okay, but again, Vermont are well set up behind the ball. Dixon to run onto this one and just shrugged off his opponent very nicely and down the line over the top. McKernan might be able to get there for the Dogs. A free kick being paid to Vermont. And you can hear that through the faithful right in front of us.
And from Brash.
As Hawkins to send the Eagles back into attack. And
Tyson.
It's actually Tyson, you're right. Correct, Brash, as he goes in towards a dangerous spot. Great mark there by Jones.
It's been an intriguing contest, Jones and Nielsen, but Nielsen's got the points with 5 goals too.
Yeah, he has to take away the victory. At the moment, he's probably best on ground or very close to it. Cox for the Dogs. Looks to go the dangerous kick in the middle ground. It's about a 1-on-4 for favouring the Eagles. King did very nicely, though. Went back to McKernan. McKernan forward now to Dano King. Will hold that on his chest. He's held up
Sheridan's
here.
out
Has the
here.
pass. He's got Helleran there. Helleran's kick
well
was
done.
smothered. Kelkowski picks it up nicely on the rebound. Takes his time. Handballs it back over the top. And they link up again. Kelkowski will receive it. Has Fisher. Tries to kick it towards him. And Vassis as well. He's thrown off it. Picked up by Cox. Cox down the line. Kilpatrick.
Oh.
Great mark. Almost not taken. Leon picks it up for the Eagles. Handballed it back to Kelkowski. Gets past an opponent.
Well done.
And kicks it inside the middle of the ground and finds Jenkins.
Gee, that was good play by Leon then.
Jenkins on the right boot, kicks it out towards centre half forward. Nielsen had the front spot. He almost took the mark. Umpire said play on. Vermont have the numbers, charging their way through, kicking it from 50 metres up towards the forward pocket, getting underneath it, Tyson, but a kick went awry, out of bounds on the full. Just going back to when Dano King had that ball in the middle of the ground earlier, he had Sheridan out with a paddock if he had have looked left, and he went right. There's a big turnover in the context of this game. What can the Doggies do now? They kick it out towards the wing position. Bouncing football. Halloran was in there, couldn't quite trap it. A little handball linking up. Here's Joey Fisher. Doesn't kick too many goals. He kicked it to the top of the goal square, and guess who takes the mark? Dan Nielsen. He got down on his knees to say a prayer that time, and it still slammed into his chest.
Absolutely brilliant by Fisher then. Under pressure, a stab pass went like a bullet.
Yep.
And of course Nielsen's
And
there.
Leon as well, Brash. He got the handball too.
Yeah.
To Fisher.
The last 2 possessions of Leon, he had no entitlement to win those possessions. Tell you what, he could send himself to Valhalla here. the big Viking.
I love his action to come in, and I love his celebration. We'll keep eyes all on him here as he comes in. He'll make no mistake. There's no doubt about that. He absolutely loves it. Straight over the goal umpire's head. That's goal number 6, and that, my friend, is game over. There's no doubt about that now. 5 minutes gone. It's a huge margin, 6 goals. When you've only kicked 53 for the game, to come back and get in front, it's going to be too much of an ask. You would think. I don't want to be a downer, but it's been just such a superb second half display of football by Vermont. Brash, you must be super impressed.
I've been very happy with the performance today, considering they've been down manpower, but it's the younger players and Nielsen that have really come to the fore this afternoon. And I've been very impressed with, and the thing is, Vermont have been able to run the game out, and this is what they're doing again.
Hawkins with the tap down. Spencer grabbed it, tackled by Jones. 36 points, as you said. That's a match high this afternoon. And they'll go with the next 2 games against Berwick and Norwood. They're going to be hard to miss out on the finals from here. Vermont, Kilpatrick. The advantage call just does not work for South Croydon. Unlucky, and Askew will take this for the Eagles. The Holden ball free kick.
Shown a lot of promise, Askew. I think he's only 18 years of age. Just come fresh from the under-19, so he's got a big future.
Big contender for the MEG to Rook of the Day. Here's Nielsen again. Big pack mark, and he'll play on straight away, looking for Hawkins over the top. Here's Tyson, and he'll bounce out of bounds. But, geez, everything. Yeah. He's just clunking everything. He's doing every single thing right. The big fella, his best game of the year by far.
Brush, you mentioned the young players, but young Mason Hawkins there, as soon as Nielsen marked that, he was calling for the ball. From a young player, that is absolutely magnificent.
Nielsen in the ruck, got the knockdown. What can they manufacture here? Nothing. Umpire's going to restart it. We're only about 20 metres out from the Vermont goals. 6.5 gone in this final term. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. Nielsen got the double knock, came out. Jones got the handball away, and this is okay. Jones to O'Neill to Jones, who got the pass in to Charlton, who took the mark. Been relatively quiet, Charlton. Dangerous kicking towards the middle. It needs to work in their favour, but Arnott was there to squeeze a kick up towards the half-forward line. Paddling it into his advantage there was Tyson. He did well. Got the little knock on. Quick kick goes inside forward 50 for Vermont. Fitzpatrick regained his own football there and then copped one high, and he'll go back and have a shot. And for that second effort, he's almost should be rewarded with a goal, but he doesn't need to because he's got players just left alone, which is sort of unforgivable stuff. And the short pass was onto the forward pocket where Jenkins takes the mark and just takes off and kicks a goal. It's almost like they just gave up and threw their arms up in the air there, and the doggy's not good enough, to be perfectly frank, and through it goes for another goal to Vermont. 14-11-95 now, and if I said it before, it's certainly over now, but South Croydon just heads down in that whole last few passages of play.
Brash, as a Vermont person that's seen a lot of football over Vermont over the years, they're breaking tackles and everything. Yeah. They're back to the old Vermont.
Yeah, they're starting to look like the form that they had last year heading into the final series. You know, like Ray, but there's still a lot of football to be played in this season, and even though Vermont will take a big step to securing a finals position today, but it's not fait accompli just yet.
Kelkovsky in the middle, wrapped up by King. And the other thing to factor in now is percentage as well, because that margin slipping out to 40 points, it's going to hurt the Dogs' percentage, which might come into play at the final round of the season. So even if they can't win this game, they would love to get a bit of respectability back on the scoreboard before full time. King and Hawkins. No one really wins it until Hawkins just smashes it down to Fitzpatrick. And they link up to Himes. They go backwards. Dixon, forward it goes. Mark almost taken by Jenkins, but controlled it well enough. Got it off towards Fitzpatrick. Picked up here by McKernan. Well tackled by Jenkins. Ball comes out. Fitzpatrick wins out.
Oh.
The kick inside 50. Hits up Jones from South Croydon in defence.
It's taken about 8 marks in the defensive zone, and his opponent's kicked 6 goals. It doesn't make much sense, does it? Ball's gone towards that contest all day, though. Can't win them all. As the kick goes back. So Matty George is looking backwards here. Squaring things up. Got it to Taylor, who on the right boot tries to go direct over the back, though. Picked up by Davies. Handball to Fisher. Fisher chip kick in towards the middle of the ground. They're making hard things look easy at the moment, Vermont. Tyson Calder on the right boot. Kicks it inside forward 50 or thereabouts, almost pulling the mark down there was Tyson. Second effort was there because he got the ball back from the received handball, but the scrambly kick forward looking for Jenkins, who kicked the last. Bounced away from him, and we'll have a boundary throw in Paul Yaconi on the stat centre.
Yeah, one-way traffic in this last quarter as far as inside 50s are concerned. It is 6-1 in favour of Vermont.
Thanks there, Paul. Doing a great job in the stat centre this afternoon. Hawkins pushed out King. And a free kick's been awarded, and it's going in favour of Vermont. I believe that's Askew down there.
Yes, it is.
And he'll have a chance for his first of the afternoon.
Be good if he could kick this.
Go a long way to his chances for the MEGT Rookie of the Day.
Don't know, him and King have gone head on head, and they've both had their moments, I reckon.
Hawkins and King?
No, I'm talking about...
Oh, sorry.
Other King.
Askew. Askew was charged with taking on Dan King this afternoon.
Oh, Dano King.
I think he's held his own very admirably.
Certainly right. Deserves a goal. It's a long way out. It might fall short. It will. Nielsen's there. Punched over the line for a minor score. 14-12-96 to 8-5-53.
Ray Baird around the grounds.
Yeah, Frenchy Gully, 18 minutes into the last quarter. Frenchy Gully 4-6-30. Knox 9-7-61.
Well, they've coughed it up on the kick in. Josh Spencer's taken the mark on the second bite. And although this might be beyond his range, everyone's trying to get around the goals at the moment. So it looks like he's going to go back and have a ping.
See, the errors have really piled up for South Croydon in the second half, hasn't it, Ray?
Yeah, boys, do you think that South Croydon, they've had a great last 3 weeks? Do you think they've run out of petrol tickets?
Possibly, but, look, you can only play each game on their merits, can't you?
I know, but they've been really good over the last 3 weeks. It's caught up with them, I think.
Spencer comes in, he kicks it across the face. It's not going to get the distance. It stays alive, actually, in the end. Jones couldn't quite take the mark. Nielsen just came barging his way through, but... The old don't argue was a little bit too harsh, and the umpires paid the free kick.
3 of them.
He said, hold my beer, and they all went after him.
Kilpatrick to Jones, to Taylor, out wide to Cox on the right boot now, using this grandstand side of the ground. Mark taken by Sheridan, who started off lively, been very quiet since. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line, looking for Wilson, who was almost pushed out of it by Wilcox. The umpires come in late and paid a free kick. Non-officiating umpire again. So Wilson on the right boot goes inside forward 50. It was a 2-on-1 situation, and it was easy as you like to knock that out of the way. And don't they let him know about it as well. Smiles all round in yellow, frowns in blue.
Yeah, once again, when you don't have the ball, discipline. And that's what Vermont have done there. Once again, knocking the ball out of bounds, giving the opportunity, the opposition no chance.
Been a lot more hungry for it in this second half. No one wins out on this one. Jones tried to get the ball on the boot. Cut off by Davies. Wilcox is there. The handball forward. Going nowhere, and we're going to get another stoppage inside 50 here for the Dogs. Trailing 8-5-53 to 14-12-96. It's going to be a big win for Vermont in the context of their season. Kilpatrick got it back to Dano King. Launches it towards the top of the square. And is that a mark? Not quite. Wilson ends up with a footy. He's wrapped up in tackle and has gone out of the game in the second half as we look like we might have an injury down at ground level for South Croydon.
Yeah, he went up high and landed with the thud.
He was holding his shoulder on the ground, so not good news.
Probably a chance to go around the grounds.
Yes, we've got some scores around the grounds.
Premier Division, we've got Baldwin leading Doncaster East by 41 points, almost a 100-point lead to Noble Park over Norwood. Blackburn just in front still, but 3 goals over Roeville. And, of course, the game out here is all over, she wrote, as we are still waiting for a restart in this game. So we'll turn our attention to Division 1 football this afternoon and hope your team's winning. I'll give it a little bit of a refresh, trying to work this on. It's on bloody round 17, that's why.
Play HQ's gone haywire.
Is it the reserves or seniors?
King out of the ruck, had a shot on goal, and is awarded a free kick here, Max King. And can put one back for South Croydon.
Not on the reserves, but at least I finally got there. Park Orchards by 53 over Bayswater. Still waiting on a score from Doncaster and Beaconsfield. Get your act together. Montrose doing it easy over Montrose. North Ringwood trail Mitcham by a big margin. And Wanturna South the same against South Belgrave.
So the top 5 playing the bottom 5 in Division 1, and all top 5 sides likely to win unless Beaconsfield are losing, but we don't know because they haven't updated their scores. As Max King comes in, not far out, bit of an angle, puts it through the middle for the Dogs, and they get one back 9-5-59 to 14-12-96. 14 and a half minutes played final term.
Yeah, well, look, you know, they haven't had much forward 50 play in the last half. South Croydon.
We're going down to the boundary, Brett Beston.
Yeah, you can really feel the sting's gone out of this game. And in fact, if you were watching, if you just walked into the ground, because you've got to forget that Vermont are 3 down on the bench. You would think it's the other way around because Vermont really are finishing all over the top of South Croydon.
If you just walked into the ground, you're a tight ass and didn't want to pay the fee to get in.
Well, that too, yeah.
There's the ball back in the middle now.
Know a few of those types of people.
There's plenty out there, don't worry about that. The ones that you also bring the beers in the back of their boot as well as it comes out now. Kalkowski, not saying I've never done something like that, but, you know, most of us have, let's face it. Can't throw stones in glass houses like Ray. As it comes out now, as a little handball by Baloney goes out wide, looking for Cox. Got it away to Willis. Back to Cox on the right boot. Just tried to squeeze a kick out, but it's been taken by Hawkins, whose mum's got her eye on Brash at some stage. As it comes out now, stolen by Halloran on the right boot, and they get a couple in a row. The Doggies over the top of Wilson's head. Wilcox was there, mopped up there by Fisher. Little chip kick over the top. He never wastes anything, does he? And Mason Hawkins takes the mark just inside the defensive zone. Wayne Brashy looking nice and relaxed at the moment.
Yeah, well, I actually was hoping to be feeling this way this afternoon.
And your North Melbourne side got up?
Yeah, well, I'm not really
He
so
couldn't
much
care less about that.
I'm not so much worried about them.
He's wearing the Vermont, the Violet Crumble undies
Violet
today.
Crumble undies.
There's Dan Beard about to restart the game. Sporting a trendy old hairstyle these days, Dan. I'm quite impressed with it. Keeping up with the Joneses, and there's plenty of them in the South Croydon side. Stolen there by George. Little knock over the top, Kilpatrick linking up with one of the Joneses. This one's Matt. Goes over the top now to King. Handball over the top. Series of handballs in the arms now of Charlton. Snap around the body, bouncing football. Who wants it? It's a 3-on-1 situation, and the one's going to win out here. Dureo did really well just to force the ball out of that defensive zone. Quick kick though by Jenkins. Up into the middle. Nielsen looping handball over the top to Kalkowski. This way, that way. He's going to go back into the middle, back towards the Nielsen direction. He had 2 players to beat, but we've seen that happen multiple times today. Nicely done by Jones. Got the ball over to Cox, to Dano King. Now it's a chance for the Doggies to go forward. Inside 50 he goes, and it was a good kick too. Halloran takes the mark, who probably deserves a goal for the game he's had today, the young fella. On the right boot now, kicks it towards the top of the goal square to the Wilson direction. And that was good play by the Doggies. They really held disposal. They kept their eyes up and found the target, and Wilson will go back and plump this one through without a doubt for his 5th.
He's been the lone wolf down there this afternoon, Wilson. He really has held his own and probably won his position.
Wilson to put the line through the 4. That makes the 5. He makes no mistake. And South Croydon get another one. That's their 10th on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The sting has gone out, as Besto said. It's a 31-point margin out here at Cheong Park in the Eastland match of the day.
Boundary.
As we go down to boundary, Brett Beston.
I just wanted to mention, too, the sting will doubly gone out of this game for South Croydon because Blackburn looked like they might be home against Rover. They're about 20-odd points up. So it's going to mean that South Croydon are going to go out of the 5 after today's game. So that's sort of a double whammy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
And a tough game against Baldwin next week, South Croydon.
Away from home too, I believe.
Yes.
So it doesn't get any easier for the Dogs. But as I said, if they can kick a couple more, just don't want to lose that percentage too much today because it will certainly factor in the end of the season with 3 games to go. Tap down, Taylor, wrapped up by 2 Eagles. We'll get a ball up back in the middle, 18 and a half minutes gone, final term. It is 10-5 to 14-12 in favour of Vermont. Handy 31-point lead. It's going to be a big win for the Eagles. 3 down on the bench. We'll get another ball up back in the middle of the ground.
Bloody Maltese dead. Needed Zerha for 2 goals. Hack.
Here's the Dogs going forward. Bouncing ball over the top. Didn't work out well for him. Ross got it. Got it off to Dixon. Gets it off to Dureo. The handball back. Smothered this time. Arnott Off to Fisher, who's played well himself. The handball was really to no one, though. Cox picks it up nicely and finds a target there in Hardstaff. Potentially in range. He might just send it long from the 50-metre line towards the top of the goal square. King's there. Fell through everyone's hands and over the line for a boundary throw-in.
He's had really no impact on the contest this afternoon, Hardcastle.
So a boundary Hardstaff or?
Hardstaff, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Close enough, Fresh.
A boundary throw-in. King and Ross to go at it. King tapped down. Kilpatrick's there. Might be able to keep it in. He's almost earned himself a free kick. No, he hasn't. We'll get a boundary throw-in. 20 minutes gone, final term. Vermont home.
So a ball up, really close. Oh, no, it's going to be a boundary throw-in. I apologise. Ball come back into play. King will have the front spot here. He'll go up against Ross. Ball hit the deck, picked up by Jones. Who copped one high almost, but, you know, then he dropped it, so the umpires called that all square. Quick restart. Comes out in the arms of Jones that time. He was out-muscled. Really well done there by Leon. Eventually picked up and kicked out of that zone by Vermont, getting underneath and taking a great mark as Tyson. He's had a fantastic game. He's kicked 3 goals, but, you know, done plenty of work around the ground as well.
20 and a half minutes gone. H.E. Parker, Heathmont back in front. 10-10 to 9-12.
Oh, could be an upset.
Over Bronia, that is. Yes, that would keep their season alive.
Weren't they down by like 5 or 6 goals earlier on, Heathmont?
20 points down, I think.
We'll be going off at the hanger, there's no doubt about that. Mark taken by Charlton. Kicks it in towards the middle of the ground. Arnott created a good spoil there just to force it out. Now Vermont are a chance across the half-forward line, and they seem to have the numbers as well. Well done there by Fitzpatrick. Got it to Leon. Looping handball over the top. There's Calder, who had a super third term. He was under a lot of pressure, an up and under kick. It was really going to be a difficult one for a teammate to meet. Getting underneath it, Devon McKernan takes the mark, switches it back. Here's Taylor. Goes to Chris Jones, who takes the mark and then drives it down the wing position, and it was an absolute shank. Nicely done by the trainer there.
Great deflection there.
Probably could have got a game with the Matildas. They've been woeful at the Olympics. And she did well there. And Vermont to bring the ball back in.
So as we said, ticking down in the final minutes of this game. Arnott taking the mark and has no real rush to him. Goes backwards to Wilcox. Finds Askew in the middle of the ground, been impressive today.
He really has. He's only been in, I think this might be his 3rd game, and he really has
been great.
And imposed himself in this.
He's earned his spot as they go towards the hot spot where Nielsen is out the back. South Croydon, all the numbers, but a big tackle laid. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Eagles. Well done there to Kelkowski.
That was 5-on-1 that time. Just like that takes that many to stop him. He's having that sort of a game.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone's just flocks to him every time as Kelkowski runs into an opponent, to a teammate, in fact, in Fitzpatrick.
Tell you what, he might not have kicked the goals today, Kelkowski, but gee, he's done some heavy lifting and heavy work with the packs this afternoon.
Played a lot of midfield time as well.
And goal of the day.
Nielsen got it down. Socket out of midair was Vass's big tackle against George, and he'll have a set shot from this. A free kick to Lucas Vass's.
He's had a big second half, Lucas Vass's.
He certainly has, and it's just been their determination around the contest. It's just been first class, Vermont.
Is Ray still here?
Yes, I am.
There you are.
What's the matter, mate?
Very lucky free kick then. I thought he got rid of it.
You make your own luck, don't you, Ray?
Yeah,
so Vass is to line up to take Vermont's score to 102. A nice little celebration. And it is now 15-12, 102 Vermont to 10-5, 65 South Croydon. 24 minutes gone in this final term. Vermont are going to be sitting very nice in that 4th position, sitting pretty.
A lot of very tired South Croydon players out there at the moment. Look, Brendan Allen, he'd have to be disappointed that just in the last 5 minutes when Vermont were chipping that ball everywhere, South Croydon were not manning up. You know, you've got to keep manning up no matter how far you are behind.
Out at H.E. Parker in the last 2 minutes, but there's been 2 goals kicked from both sides. Heathmont still leading, 11-10 to 10-12.
Wowzers. We talked about this game having one of the best first halves of the season, and then the second half has been all Vermont. Have really stamped their authority and really making other clubs stand up and take notice that, the Vermont that we know so well that can come from anywhere in a final series and really make an impact. And it seems like that sort of situation may just be happening again in 2024. Ball been thrown up. Nicely done there by Jenkins. His handball was trapped, though, by Fasan, who did well. Sold a little bit of candy, then danced through the middle, kicked it up towards the Wilson direction, had the back spot, had to create the spoil, which is exactly what he did. Ran over the top there was Ross, but he got the handball back. Now Hyams, who's had a great game as well. Ever reliable across the back line. Kick went out, defensive zone. The mark has been taken by Charlton. Start of the game in the ruck. Kick goes inside forward 50, a big fly. Well, it just was clunked in the end. In the front spot there was Hardstaff. But
Dixon hasn't done much wrong either, has he?
Well, I'm going after him in the for the after-game interview. There's no doubt about that. I think he's been almost best on ground, to be honest.
Oh, you got to get the Viking.
Oh, well, we're getting two, all right. Settle pedal, and and we're not taking over. It's Besto's choice when we get down there as well. Certainly wouldn't do that, would I, Ray?
No way, BWS. No way.
On that note, I'm heading down to Besto, where we might have someone that might actually like me down there.
I wouldn't count on it.
You've been under fire today by Ray. As Askew again getting the ball forward, and there's Nielsen using his body well. Another mark. Love to see how many marks he's had today. Puts it in front of Kelkowski on the chest. And on the siren, can put through another. If he's paid the mark, he hasn't been paid the mark, so no goal.
Even if he'd have been
He has been paid the goal, I think.
No.
Even if he'd been paid the mark, he wouldn't have been paid the goal because he
Played on, that is correct. But it
played
is
the
Vermont.
Tyrants.
Either way, big winners, 15-12, 102 to 10-5, 65 South Croydon. A massive win for the Eagles. 3 down on the bench, and they have put their finals chances very much alive. It looks like they're likely to play finals from here, Brash.
Yes, so this was like we talked about so much throughout the afternoon, Ryan. This was the quintessential 8-point game for both these sides. Vermont, first quarter was very entertaining. Both sides were capitalising on each other's mistakes, but you could just tell that Vermont, once they got their mojo and they started to chip the ball around and they get the game and possession on their term, it was their game to win, and South Croydon were basically backpedaling for most of the afternoon in that from halfway through that second quarter.
I agree with you totally, Brash. The way South Croydon jumped out in that first quarter, they looked as though they were going to win that game even that early. But what Vermont, as you say, they shut down that outside run of South Croydon, and Nielsen, he gave them a target down there, and look, they deserved the big win today.
Oh, he was outstanding, Nielsen, and I have a feeling he might be one of those players being targeted for an interview right now, as we do have the 19s coming out this afternoon for a twilight game against Mitcham, I believe, South Croydon Mitcham.
Could be Richmond Seniors running out there.
Oh, well, geez, we're going well, aren't we? Aren't we, Ray? Just a message.
Don't involve me. Aren't you? What aren't we?
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just a message from Danny Ross on the live stream. Keep tipping against us, boys. A fair play. Only Brash had Vermont this afternoon. Every other person had South Croydon.
Right, yes.
And I do believe we do have Daniel Nielsen down at ground level. Brett Beston with him at the moment. We just might be getting a second interview as well with Ben Warren-Smith bringing across Dixon.
Taken over. He's down there.
Well, now we'll give it over to him. Brett Beston's down at ground level.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, we've got a couple of the stars of the day. And Daniel Nielsen, mate, what a quarter that was. He just took the game by the scruff of the neck. Was it second or third quarter? Second quarter.
I think I got into it just going to the ruck in the first quarter, just trying to get us a bit of movement, and then after that just thought, I'll just play my own game. I think we back ourselves as a team quite well. Like our forward structure's quite good, and we've got a good gelling across the board, so we know what we want to execute, and we just keep doing it, and we end up getting the results. And I was the lucky one that got an end of it today. So
to give yourself some more credit, though, I mean, you went into beast mode. I mean, at one stage it looked like you were playing them on your own.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, don't know what to say to that, really. I mean, I just can say thank you. Yeah, it's appreciated.
Lockie Dixon, mate, what a great four-quarter performance by the side today, and especially with 3 men down on the bench to be able to come out in that second half, and it was A+ football by you boys.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, you lose 3 and 3 quality players, and the way we played that second half was really unbelievable, really. Probably our best half of footy for the year.
It was an important game as well, obviously, coming in and knowing how tight it was on even points with South Croydon. Blackburn have won as well today against Rowville, so that makes it even tougher. But a really important game for you boys to come here away from home and get that win. That gives you confidence going into these last few games of the season.
Yeah, we knew it was a massive game. Obviously, we knew what the stakes were, and against a really good South Croydon team here, we knew we were going to have to play our best footy, and luckily we did, and we were able to get the win.
Fantastic stuff. And it was a question I like to ask players after the game is the music that you guys play in the change rooms at the start. Who chooses that, and what type do we listen to?
I'm actually not sure who chooses. I think it's Kalkowski most of the time. I put my own headphones in. It's a bit I'm a bit older these days. I don't listen to too much of that stuff, but yeah, the boys seem to enjoy it.
And what about your mate's celebrations after every goal that he kicks over here? He goes all right, doesn't he?
He was unbelievable today. I think it's a difference in the game, and I don't know how many he ended up with, but yeah, it was pretty. One of the better displays you'll see from a key forward.
Daniel, I'll just grab your cup. Your kicking today was unbelievable. Your goal kicking, like every time you lined up, you just knew you were going to kick it. Did you have one of those days, when you get in the zone and you feel like everything's going to go through? Did it feel like that today?
Yeah, I think I always know if I've kicked a good one off the boot, so I usually do it a bit earlier. A lot of the guys always talk on the sidelines, you celebrate really early. I love a celebration, but it's just when it comes off the boot well, you just know it's going through. And it's credit to just doing the extras in training. Everyone does it after training, so I just get the result today, which was nice.
Such a good second half, such a good first half at least. It was really, really tight. We all thought it was going to be a great game, but you just took the game by the scruff of the neck. And I remember Adam saying, I think it was at the halftime or three-quarter time break, play for your mates. And your season was on the line. Blackburn have won today, so you've done yourself a massive favour by winning today.
Yeah, bloody oath. I think when we were in there at the last quarter, we were a few boys down off the field. We're playing with 19, so for us to go out there and just put grit into the game and play for each other, I think that was the most important thing.
So I think your mates are waiting for you. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks there to Brett Beston and Ben Warren-Smith on the boundary. Speaking to Daniel Nielsen and Lachlan Dixon, two very important players on the Vermont side this afternoon. It's been a big win for the club, Brash, and I believe we might be going to an ad break now, or we're going to hang on the line. We might hang on the line, actually, and have a few discussions before an ad break. I believe it's a 5 p.m. ad break for us. Before we close out, we've got scores to go through, awards to go through, but just on the, as Ben Warren-Smith mentioned, the ladder now sits Vermont fourth, Blackburn in fifth, a game behind, and then South Croydon in sixth, but their percentage is quite low compared to Blackburn. So, look, it's a tough ask now for the Dogs. It's a big game next week against Baldwin.
Yeah, look, it almost seems like that.
I'm going to stop you there because I've got a big result. On the siren, Heathmont have missed a shot. Hawks win by 2 points.
Oh, no.
So Jets season come to an end. That's a heartbreaking finish for them.
How would you feel about that? That's bad luck for Heathmont.
Yeah, that's disappointing because they had a real crack. Let's go down to the song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals.
Every time.
Might be missing out on the song down there at the Vermont rooms, but
even if they were outside the rooms, we'd get the signal.
Well, we heard the end there. They're really happy down.
Someone's all right at weight rooms.
Yeah.
So a big win for the Vermont Football Club. We might keep our votes until we've got our boundary riders back up in the box.
Yep.
In the awards. I think having a look, I'm just going through the MEGT Rookie of the Day one. We might as well award that one because I think Kobe Askew is my vote for that. The play's eligible.
I agree. No,
Davies, Barker, Spencer, Askew for Vermont, McKernan, Halloran and Baloney for South Croydon. I think Askew was by far out of those players.
No doubt.
So the MEGT Rookie of the Day, one vote there for Kobe Askew. He will win a $50 Bunnings voucher, as the boys agreed down there. I believe they're making their way back up. And then also, I think we already gave out the Tobin Brothers goal today to Kelkowski.
The first one he kicked on.
Yep. You made me circle that on my page, and that's the only one I've got. I haven't written down anything else, so I think that was quite impressive.
Mark of the Day, Nielsen.
Oh, yes, yep. There is an award for it today, but he does go in the running for the Mark of the Week. there for Nielsen. We'll certainly highlight that through the socials.
He probably took 3 or 4 quality marks, I reckon, Nielsen, throughout the contest.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Love your style, Ryan. We make all these decisions on the awards when BWS is not here. Absolutely.
He's still listening. We heard it.
Mate. Magnificent stuff. I love your style.
He's the media manager, and what's good for the media manager is good for business.
Well, let's jump into some of those results now. We're going to have an ad break in 5 minutes, but we've got some scores around the grounds closing up here. Balwyn defeated Doncaster East by 51 points, 15-11, 101 to 6-14-50. Tigers starting to get back on track. Noble Park, 109-point winners, 22-13, 145 to 5-6-36 Norwood. Roval Blackburn, I don't know if this is a final score, but Blackburn were 23 points up, 10-13, 73 to 6-14, 50. This game here, Vermont, big winners, 102 to 65. The Edwin Flack Reserve, if you're around the Berwick area, get down to Edwin Flack. Berwick take on East Ringwood in a twilight fixture. That game just starting 10 minutes ago. East Ringwood 1-1-7 to Berwick 1-6. While we've got everyone in the box, we might do our votes if I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. And Ray, I'll start with you. You're 3-2-1.
All right. Well, I gave, first of all, an apology to James Wilson. He kicked, 5 goals, but I can't get him in the votes. This didn't go down there enough, although he's kicked 5. One vote I gave to Lockie Dixon. I just thought his 4 quarters was very good. He did a lot of the hard work around the ground. 2 votes. This is one for you, Bresh. Mason Hawkins. He took on King in the ruck. He marked around the ground, and he put himself in a position where he had the opportunity to kick goals. But maybe he didn't. But he, for a young player, and I thought he was magnificent for 2 votes, taking on one of the best ruckmans in the division. And, of course, 3 votes to Daniel Nielsen, 6 goals, and just so strong.
Absolutely agree with that. Paul Uconi, your 3-2-1 from this afternoon's game?
My 1 vote goes to Kalkovsky. 2 votes go to Lockie Dixon, and 3 votes go to Nielsen.
Fantastic, Paul. Wayne Brasher, your 3-2-1 this afternoon.
You must be an oracle too, Paul, because I got Dixon 1. Apologies to Mason Hawkins. I thought it was probably the best game I've seen him play today. But I've given Kalkovsky 2. I just thought his work around the ball, his tackling, his shepherding, right. He got in and under when they really needed some leadership, especially in that second quarter. And how could you not go past Daniel Nielsen? Probably the best game I think I've seen him play for the club today. He really stood up when Vermont needed to. He clunked probably 6 or 7 quality marks, 6 goals won, probably about 20 possessions. The quintessential 4-quarter performance goes to Daniel Nielsen.
Couldn't agree more. Brett Beston, your 3-2-1 for the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Award.
Okay, well, I couldn't get Daniel Nielsen. No, I'm only kidding. I actually went Dixon for 1. I went Lucas Vassett, for 2. I thought he was pretty good today. And, of course, Daniel Nielsen without doubt. The Viking. Is that what they call him? Because that's what he looks like.
Yeah, they do.
Well, we've given it
the Viking.
Yeah, the Viking. He certainly does look like the Viking. He was outstanding today. Incredible game.
Absolutely. Ben Warren-Smith, your 3-2-1.
Yeah, outstanding, but I haven't given him best on ground. I've gone 1 vote to Kalkoski. I thought he was absolutely super.
You always go different, don't you?
I thought Leon was fantastic. I thought Tyson started well. I thought Halloran was brilliant for the Doggies as well. There was plenty of players that could have come into the 1 vote range. James Wilson as well. 2 votes I give to Daniel Nielsen. What a super game. It was entertaining without a doubt. He had to do a lot on his own, but I believe a 4-quarter performer today was Lachlan Dixon. The boys really got around him in the rooms as well. I don't know if you heard at the end, they went, "What do we reckon of Dicko? He's all right." And I just thought his game was superb today, just watching it from my angle. But, of course, the Vikings going to get it. We have no doubt.
I agree. That's some good points. I've actually left him out to throw in Leon because I think he deserves a vote because he was really impressive across the afternoon. Did everything right. And then Hawkins and Nielsen for the 3 votes. I think by far he was outstanding. The big fella kicked the 6 goals and just did everything right. His attack on the footy was unbelievable. We're going to go to an ad break. Daniel Nielsen is our Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, and Vermont are big winners out here at Cheong Park, 15-12 to 10-5. We'll be back for some scores around the grounds and wrap up on this Eastland Match of the Round contest.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out here at Cheong Park. It was the Eagles 15-12, 102 to South Croydon 10-5, 65. Big winners for the visitors, and Daniel Nielsen was listed as our Sportsco Eastland best on ground, kicked the 6 goals in a big win. Now, I believe Brash has got all the scores around the grounds. I don't know where you want to start at. We talked about Premier Division and the big changes with Blackburn winning. That puts South Croydon out of the top 5 and Blackburn back in.
I'll start
recapping those scores.
Let's start in division. In Premier Division. We've got Balwyn 15-11, 101, defeating Doncaster East 6-14, 50. Noble Park 22-13, 145, defeated Norwood 5-6, 36. Big winners here: Blackburn by 5 goals, 11-14, 80 to Roval 6-14, 50. And with that win today for Vermont, they're now tied with Roval. So that double chance spot is now right up for decision now. And South Croydon, obviously, 10-5, 65, defeated by Vermont Seniors, 15-12, 102. Let's move into Division 1 here. We've got... IHQ, thank you very much. Park Orchard 16-11, 107. Defeated Bayswater 7-11, 53. Nothing from down at the coast. Montrose 8-point winners over Murrelbach. Uninspiring 8-point victory there. Montrose 13-13, 91. Murrelbach 12-11, 83. Mitcham 35-point winners over North Ringwood 15-7, 97 to 9-8, 62. South Belgrave went through the motions this afternoon and come away with a 62-point victory over Wanturna South, 18-11, 119 to Wantirna South 8-9-57. Some upsets in Division 2 this afternoon, and we see Baronia 5 goals. Sorry, not 5 goals. Sees Baronia 12-13-85 defeat Heathmont 12-11-83. So the big scare there for Baronia this afternoon. East Burwood have pulled off a big upset here this afternoon over Templestay, and they've dented the Templestay's finals chances here. East Burwood 9-4-58, Templestay 7-14-56.
Must have been after Spider hosted the lunch the other day. They got motivated.
That's a good point.
That went into this afternoon as well.
Is he still going?
A really important...
We'll never hear the end of it.
A really important win for Mulgrave here. They've defeated Croydon up at Croydon this afternoon, 10-8-68, defeating Croydon 5-9.
Without Roberts.
Yes, 5-9-39. Waverley Blues got back on the winners list, 14-13-97 to Lilydale 6-10-46. And Ringwood had a day out against the Basin, 18-17-125 to the Basin, 8-14-62. Let's move into Division 3. A high-scoring affair up at Sylvan Recreation Reserve this afternoon, which saw the win to Donvale, 19 goals, 12, 126 to Sylvan, 17, 11, 113.
Raining goals.
Coldstream's run of poor form continues as they were beaten by Fair Park. Fair Park 12-8-80, defeating Coldstream 7-11-53. Knox continue and have probably solidified their third spot now, 9-7-61, defeating Ferntree Gully 5-6-36. Surrey Park victors again this afternoon by 81 points and probably could have been a lot more. They kicked 14 goals, 24, 108 to Oakley District 4-3-27. And here's a turn up for the books. Upper Gully have gone down to the blood bank this afternoon, and they have absolutely emulsified, I should say.
Emulsified.
Yeah, emulsified Warrandyte here. 30 goals, 12, 192 to Warrandyte 6-9-45.
BWS is looking that word up now. We need to know.
You could say they drew blood, couldn't you?
Yeah, something like that.
Put in a vat.
And let's move into Division 4, and there's been some big results in Division 4 this afternoon. Nothing at this stage I can see from Croydon Hemlock.
Emoliate.
Yeah,
to make soft or smooth.
Yeah. That'll do. That'll go down with the angle of the dangle. Big win at Churnside Park as they went down to Coonung Reserve this afternoon. 25 goals, 22, 172 to Nunawading 8-7-55. And Scoresby, they just keep rolling on this afternoon. They've taken out White Horse Pioneers by 85 points, 21-14, 140 to 8-7-55. And Ryan, I don't know if you've got anything.
I have got Kilsyth, 13-9-87, defeated Croydon North 11-11-77. So just a 10-point win.
Yeah, well, I think that we did say that Croydon
would run close.
We'll give them a plucky sort of run for their money, and so that's really the scores and where they are.
Ray, time to jump off the White Horse ship.
Well, I was just going to say, you said that they've taken White Horse out, they've taken Ray Baird out.
Yeah, they certainly
Ryan,
have.
you want to go through the ladders?
Let's go through Division 3 because I think that's the most interesting one after today's results. Oakley lose percentage and they drop now to 83%, and both Upper Ferntree Gully and Fair Park now have a better percentage to them. Ferntree Gully are sitting at 79%, so you just about expect that they are probably out of the race. As long as Oakley District win next week, they're in. But now, if Upper Ferntree Gully or Fair Park, potentially it opens up the door. Who have they got next week, Brash? Having a look at the fixture in round 18. Ferntree Gully head to Princess Highway to play Oakley District. Yeah, it's a big round, I reckon. Coldstream are at home to Sylvan. That's no gimme now, the way Coldstream are playing. Donvale are home to Fair Park. Ouch.
Knox have taken on Warrandyte, so you'd expect Knox to win that one. Oakley Districts have got a difficult assignment against the Gully down at Princess Highway, and Upper Gully are at home to Surrey Park. So
it's still likely Oakley will finish fifth, but it does at least create some intrigue.
But it worries me though with Oakley that you know, they're going to go in at the 5th place side, but they look a long way even behind 4th position going into that first final. Let's go into, let's have a look at Division 4, Ryan, and I think really there probably isn't that much to talk about. It's basically Scoresby and Churnside, and I think, in all honesty, I think that these two probably deserve the right to play off in the grand final this year. I don't see any changes. I think they're clearly the best two sides in this competition, and I think once again they demonstrated that this afternoon. Obviously, Forest Hills had the bye, but Kilsyth with only a 10-point win against Croydon North End. I think that sort of really typifies.
It tells where they're at.
Where they're really at, and I think very much like South Croydon, Ray, I think Whitehorse have gone right off the boil.
They certainly have, yep.
Let's look into Division 2. Division 2, Ryan, the ladder obviously there's still a little bit to play out, but obviously Baronia will get the week off and can do as they please with a few rounds to go. Not sure about with Waverley Blues and Croydon winning today. Losing today, the games open up. We've got now Baronia 20 points ahead in top, but we've got 3 sides on 40 points, which is Croydon, Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. And Ringwood now slip into the top 5. They're on 36 and they're a game ahead now of Templestowe.
That's a terrible loss.
Yeah, with at least 7%.
Brash, those 3 sides on 40 points, Croydon, Waverley and Mulgrave. Croydon, they've got a percentage, what is that there?
130.
So the next one's 100, isn't it?
Yeah, and Mulgrave 96.
No, they won't catch those Croydon on percentage if it gets down to that.
Ringwood, interestingly enough, are on 116. If they pull off a win and either one of those top 3 sides drop the game, they might go up the ladder a little bit to 3rd or 4th. Yep. Because of a superior percentage. So there's still a bit to play for there in Division 2. Division 1, well, basically all the sides that we all thought were going to win have won this afternoon. Park Orchard sit 3 games clear on top with 60 points. You've got Mitcham, South Belgrave on 48, 2 games ahead of Montrose and Beaconsfield, who make up the 5. Then there's 3 games back to Mooroolbark on 28 points. So basically, you would say here that the Division 1 ladder's pretty much settled.
Good, yeah.
And now with Premier Division, well, it took a really big turn today with both Vermont and Blackburn winning, and which now sees Balwyn on 48 points along with East Ringwood, who have still got that game pending at the moment, but Roval and Vermont now sit on 40 points each with a 16 percentage point gap between Roval and Vermont. Roval 131, Vermont 115. Blackburn with a superior percentage of 150 are now on 36 points, which leaves South Croydon on 36 and their percentage is 104. So that's a big percentage there between Blackburn and South Croydon. That could be worth about 2 games, right?
Yeah, it certainly could. So that might be. So it's not yet. They're still in the hunt, but they've got to now pull off an upset against Balwyn to make it. But
and then, if we look at next week's fixtures in Premier, Balwyn are at home to South Croydon. Blackburn are at home to Noble Park. So
that's anyone's game. That one, I reckon.
It is now.
Park and Blackburn.
Norwood are at home to East Ringwood. Roval.
Wrap it up, baby.
Okay, over to you. Oh, jeez. I just got carried away there. Ryan, take us out.
We can continue tomorrow in the podcast weekend recovery, but that's it for us out at Cheong Park. Ben Warren-Smith, it was great to have you back in the calling chair this afternoon out at Cheong Park.
Thanks, mate. Great day.
Absolutely. That first half was very entertaining before Vermont got away. Wayne Brasher, as always, in the special chairs comment.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed the afternoon.
Ray Baird also sitting next to him.
Yeah, no, thanks. A great game of football.
Certainly right. Paul Uconi, stats centre, doing the women's game. He's doing a bit of everything.
Yep, thank you. It was a great first half, and it was a great game.
Yeah, certainly right. Very impressive from Vermont. And Brett Beston on the boundary, doing a great job. He's doing it right in solo there for this afternoon. Always a pleasure to have your company across the afternoon.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, well done to Vermont.
Absolutely, and Lee Green, LKLM Media, Megan Green up doing the camera work as well for LKLM Media. Kate Green as well with the women's competition. We're going to round things out here at Cheong Park. It is Vermont 15-12, 102 walking away. Big winners over South Croydon, 10-5, 65 in the Eastland match of the round. Thanks for joining us.